transparency. Accelerate progress in all fields of science. Watch Wall Street move slightly more than what you need to know. It's what you need to think about.
Key investors, top executives, global innovators, join people in-depth conversations, biggest newspapers on the day. Insight with Linda Hine.
Det er liksom regninger,
Wall Street's so-called shortage, but the local
Må svare på om legger den som bilag.
Legg hva som vil legge.
De som er litt sånn. Her kan man legge ting.
Er den betalt, eller er det
Hva er det for noe?
spis riktige greier?
Ja, så ikke betale. Det er avtale.
fear of what all these changes in policy regimes mean was really priced back in April. And what we're seeing now is the unwind of all those fear trades as the certainty becomes clearer and essentially the markets can navigate through it. And I think that while there's still a lot of unknowns, obviously, we still don't know if there's any future inflation or any growth impact from the tariffs. I think ultimately the markets moved on from that question. Clearly moved on. You know, they've already essentially
Faen ass, jeg har sagt Morten om å sette... Nei, det går å ha alt på en PC, de gjør jo ikke det. Alt låser seg hele tiden. Får ikke logge meg på meg. Det står vent, hva betyr det for noe? Denne siden svarer ikke vent. Hvorfor? Så trykker jeg, så... Jeg klikker snart, ass. Not responding. Ja, men ingenting funker hos meg. Det er hver dag. Klipp ny PC. Jeg har bedt Morten fikse det, da. Nei, det har han faen ikke gjort. Nå er Nasdaq på all-time high etter at det ble anbefalt å selge hele går fra flere analytikere og Goldman Sachs. Det henger jo faen ikke på greip. God onsdag. Jeg er veldig usikker på hva man skal gjøre for meg her. Veldig usikker, for det er bare AI som går. Alt annet går jo ikke. Hvor mye mer skal det gå da? Vi fikk jo et sånt prøvefall her i forrige uke. Da ramlet det 1000 poeng tjokk på 2 dager. Og så pratet jo Trump det rett opp igjen. Jeg vet liksom ikke hva man skal gjøre her nå. Jeg skal få på råtrade i dag.
That require you to have conviction about where the demand is going. Another bucket is, as more people are on our network, we we also have to add more coverage and capacity. It's almost like a variable expense. Third, we are modernizing our wireless network. Through the investments we're making, we are driving down our unit cost over time and providing more capacity to serve the demand we think is coming.
Do you have less confidence in that 3-year plan now than when you first came out with it, given that some people are having trouble deciding how things are going to look in the next 3 days?
No, I really don't. I look at the nature of our business. It doesn't matter the economic cycle. It's a critical good for service. We have every confidence in that working harder in a more challenging economic environment. If that ends up being the case, of course, but remember, we are investing at record levels. Slight moderations of that would allow us to deliver a lot more incremental cash to the bottom line. So I think
From the world of politics to the world of business, Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lines deliver news, insight, and analysis live 2 times a day, every trading day. Balance of Power at 1 and 5 Eastern, only on Bloomberg.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute economic news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Michael McKee in Victor, Idaho, and this is Bloomberg.
We have just seconds to go until the opening bell. This is Bloomberg Open Interest.
Ikke noe svar her. Det er bare hvitt hos meg.
Yesterday, despite a hotter inflation print at the core, we have S&P futures up a third of 1%.
Ja, de sier at alt er dritt, men det går ikke ned på det. Men nå funker jo ikke nettet mitt.
You see, and here's the opening bell. Bartley ringing the opening bell. He runs this company Bullish, which is nationalized
Hva betyr det her for noe svar?
TV show. Apparently, it's still saying they are. Look forward to be back.
Det er et problem med siden. Det er på alle sidene er et problem. Nei, jeg er meg selv. Jeg gir ikke forandre på en dritt. Ja, vel, men du sitter her da. Det gir jeg fullstendig faen. Nå er vi oppe. Nå har jeg markedet her.
Trump Jr.'s stocks to watch today. CoreWeave shares of the
Det er ikke noe makrotall der.
in the AI space, margins are being squeezed by its rapid data center expansion.
And that's exactly what I want to tell you, because CoreWeave shares down 11.5% right now. Again, this is one of the most successful IPOs of the year, if not the most successful.
CoreWeave Inc. AI er ned 11%. Kan du spørre meg hvorfor i helvete AI ikke faller da?
Please, investors just saw that as unpalatable at this point in time, so you add it all together. Shares falling pretty mightily at the opening bell.
Yeah, but not as bad as Kava, right? That Mediterranean fast casual chain, I'm going to say, cut its sales outlook as it struggles to keep up with the growth that investors have been expecting. You can see the shares down another 22% at the start of trading, and they already had a pretty rough day yesterday. We just talked a lot about the restaurant sector. We don't need to go back there, but we do want to go back to BNY Wealth, head of investment strategy and equities, Alicia Levine. And Alicia, you were saying something during the commercial break, which we all know whole story, but rather compared to the expectation that's been priced in.
Right. So that's the really interesting thing, and that's why the market's been
Faen, så Nasdaq da.
everybody's expecting higher inflation. That's the priced in. Those are the expectations. So if you get a data print that is essentially in line, there's asymmetric risk to the upside in risk assets, because the expectation was for CPI to miss to the upside and to be much hotter. And so it's really what's priced in, and this is why we continue to think that the market will continue to march higher, because pretty much every room we're in, there's doom and gloom about where these policies are taking the U.S. economy.
Dagen.
Halla.
Data are much better than expected.
Jeg er på 62% long i sentiment 1. Snart.
På gull eller marked eller hva?
Å, gud.
The earnings are growing now, you know, earnings came in 2.5 times better than expected June 30th for the second quarter. That raises estimates for the rest of the year. That's moving the market higher. The multiple-
Ja, gull skal opp. Det jeg er mer bekymret for er den jævla Nasdaqen. Den faller jo ikke i det hele tatt. Den faller ikke på at et underleverandørselskap som driver med sånn computer... hva heter det for noe? Sånne datarom, den er ned 11% nå. Den CapExen som du har kjøpt, som har gjort at det har gått opp, den er ned 11% i dag.
Det er helt utrolig.
Men du bør egentlig bare kjøpe Nasdaq hver dag.
Ja.
Drit i alt, bare kjøp på hver eneste røde candlestick, kjøpe Nasdaq. Det er null sammenheng med noe. Det er faen meg sjukeste jeg har sett. Dollaren faller.
I think that's where the risk really lies here. And that's the issue to the market. Who's paying for the tariffs?
Blodtrykket mitt, ja, jeg er ikke noe veldig hyggelig å ha med ørene, ikke jeg skjønner hva som skjer. Eller jeg skjønner hva som skjer, men det bare irriterer meg så jævlig. Så har sikkert alle glemt i forrige uke når Nasdaq ramlet med nesten 1000 poeng. Da gikk alle ut og sa, oi, hjelp, det er overpriset. Så prater Trump litt, og nå er det liksom, nå er det glemt.
Anti-trade, and everybody was it, right? So it was the dollar weaker, U.S. down, rest of the world outperforming. The performance of the rest of the world is intimately linked to the performance of the U.S. dollar. Weaker dollar means the rest of the world outperforms. I don't need to know anything else. That's the one theory I really need to know. So as we look forward, if you
Der kommer gull litt.
Gull bør bare gå mye mer. Jo høyere Nasdaq går, jo mer burde gull gå. Det gir null mening at Nasdaq har opp med en PE på over 40 nå. Jeg sier igjen, det er en PE på over 40. De som kjøper nå kommer til å få så vondt i magen. Men når, det er spørsmålet. Price earning, det er hvor lang tid det tar før du får pengene dine investert tilbake. Så hvis du sier at du investerer i et selskap som har PE på 10, da, som er veldig, veldig bra, så basically så har du fått tilbake pengene dine i investering på ca. 10 år. Vanligvis ligger PE på et sted mellom 13 og 20-ish. Industri ligger på mellom 12 og 15, som er veldig bra. Tech kan ligge helt opp omtrent 40-ish, er helt vanlig. Men nå er tech-aksjene i USA, enkelte av dem har PE på 650. 650 år tar det før du får tilbake pengene dine. Og det driver folk og kjøper. Jeg vet jo hvorfor de kjøper, for det er ikke noe annet å kjøpe. Derfor kjøper de det. Se på gull nå. Derfor så burde gull gå mye mer også. Jeg shortet Nasdaq her oppe, så vi ser hvordan det går da. Får sikkert rett i trynet. Oi, nå stoppet PC-en igjen her.
And when this happens, that's not how markets move. It's on the rate of change, and whether it's like better than expected.
Og Donald Trump, dere som ikke har fått med dere, Donald Trump har i dag trua sjefsøkonomen i Goldman Sachs med sparken. Siden han gikk ut med et notat nå i helgen og sa det at vær forsiktig med tariffene. Det kommer til å bli satt over på forbrukerne. Så da har Donald Trump tatt kontakt med Goldman Sachs, Solomon, sjefen i Goldman Sachs, og sagt at han anbefaler han i å ha sparken. Det er så sykt. Og allikevel så går markedet opp på det. Det er bare sånn, Goldman Sachs har ikke noe å vinne på å si det. Det er ingenting å vinne på å si selv aksjer er for dyrt.
Qualcomm, Nvidia, AMD, tech doing the heavy lifting here.
Det er bare tech. Se på Bloomberg nå. Det er bare tech som går i pluss.
Same day fresh food delivery that is taking a bite out of some of these grocery names, and you can see that on the sector level as well. We take a look at that view. A lot of green. Same with the individual stocks. You have 10 of 11 sectors in the green now, led by consumer discretionary. A lot of that is tech in the size, but down there at the bottom, consumer staples now down by 0.8%. That is your
Kom igjen, gull.
in this market right now.
All right, yeah, not a lot of losers. We're intraday record highs, no matter what index you look at right now. The one problem spot in today's market seems to be, at least in terms of the individual movers, food makers.
Yeah.
Fast casual is having a problem, except for the sandwich shop Potbelly. It continues its turnaround tail. If you look over the last couple of years, it's doubled the shares. This year to date, up 36%. We'll talk to company CEO Bob right next. This is Bloomberg Open Interest.
PM på Nasdaq nå ligger på 42,4. Det vil si det er dobbelt så dyrt.
Welcome back to the frontier. This time, we're taking you to the frontier.
You know what I'm losing? I don't know why you call it Stargate. But the thing that in your books, lower undergoing right now. It's sort of the largest infrastructure building in history.
To meet the people rewriting the rules of code and culture. I will personally grapple with the pace of law.
It does feel like it's going very fast.
Where the future gets real. How confident are you that AI's promise will outweigh the challenge?
I'm not confident.
So the tech companies are.
Hørte på hørte i dag på ja, ja, det er ikke noe hemmelig, men det er lukka det jeg hørte da. Fed driver også putter stimuli i flere banker i USA nå, som de driver og sprøyter ut i markedet. Og det er ikke helt tydeligvis ikke helt offentlig da, tydeligvis. Men jeg fikk vite det i dag, at det trykkes penger på harde livet i banker, så er flere banker nå som har likviditetsproblemer. Fikk jeg vite i dag. Fra noen som er høyt oppe. Fikk jeg vite i dag. Det er også en grunn til at jeg er så jævla negativ. Vær så god, men det er informasjon som ikke jeg kan bekrefte da, for da får jeg et problem. Så jeg bare sier, ta det for det der. Den personen jeg har fått det fra, sitter høyt oppe. Fy faen, endelig, Nasdaq burde bryte. Det er så vanskelig å se på teknisk også. Hvis du ser teknisk på Nasdaq, så skal Nasdaq ned nå og teste 23.900, og så skal han brekke under der. Men jeg kan ikke si sånn nå lenger, for det går ikke. Jeg må se på Nvidia hele tiden. Nvidia, Apple og Broadcom. Jeg kan ikke lese chartene sånn som jeg gjorde før. Nå må jeg liksom se på de jævla AI-aksjene. Så med en gang vi får en sånn korreksjon ned nå, så kan jeg begynne å lese grafene ordentlig, sånn som jeg gjorde før. På gull går det greit, men på Nasdaq og DAX og S&P og sånn har ikke sjans. Det er liksom, jeg kan ikke lese grafene sånn som man gjorde før. Nei, du sa det at det er Fed som sprøyter inn penger i enkelte storbanker i USA nå, på grunn av likviditetsproblemer. Det er litt sånn hysj. Som trykker penger, så det er også en av grunnene til at det er flere som vet om det her da. Det er altså derfor også dollaren faller så mye. Det er ikke bare på grunn av rentekuttet. Det er på grunn av at de presser penger nå. Det bekrefter jo hvorfor dollaren bare tryner nå, ikke sant?
Reason that we continue to win. We had positive traffic in Q2 in addition to same-store
Ja,
sales.
nå fortsetter gull videre oppover.
I think a lot of it's rooted in our menu. We've worked a lot on menu innovation really since the beginning of my tenure, but especially with some new products recently.
Gull burde egentlig gå til new all-time high. Når vi først brekker gjennom 400 nå, så stikker den av. Da har vi med oss usikkerheten på Nasdaq. Vi har med oss pengetrykking på dollar. Vi har med oss rentekutt. Og vi har med oss uroligheter. Så liksom alt ligger til rette for at gull skal gå videre oppover. Så har du nivåene som er på gull, da, som er liksom på 50 som vi brøt gjennom nå, og så har du 62 som er gjennom her, og så har du 75, så har du 80,7-ish, og så har du 90 og 400 som er liksom gjennom der, da. Deilig. Nå har jeg litt grann penger på Nasdaq. Jeg mangler bare 200 000 til.
Skjer i 15 minutter snart.
På gull eller Nasdaq?
På gull.
Jeg har den der oppe. Den er ekstremt bullish.
Our everyday value with pick your pair and some of our everyday items like our $7.99 skinny combo, and then we do a lot of promotional value work through our digital app and our slow program. So we're very protected. When we price, we only price to cover inflation, and we're stingy with that. In fact, last year in the fourth quarter, we pulled a planned price increase, and we've already shared with the analysts and with our investors that we're actually reducing the price increase that would have originally been planned for fourth quarter this year. There's a lot of work that goes into maintaining and managing those commodity costs, but our job, I think, is to be very, very careful not to hurt that.
Men jeg kan jo si det, jeg synes det er veldig rart med Trump, da, som vil ha en lavere dollar. For han sier at det er billigere for utlendinger å kjøpe produkter og sånn. Men problemet her er jo det at amerikanerne får dyrere produkter å kjøpe fra oss utlendinger for å sette på tariffen på dem. Og så når dollaren er så svak, så er det jo altså lettere for utlendinger å kjøpe fra USA også i tillegg da. Så jeg kan ikke forstå at amerikanerne vil ha den dollaren så jævla lav. Altså jeg forstår ikke logikken i det.
Om de vil jo ha handelsoverskudd.
Ha handelsoverskudd. Jo, men det hjelper jo ikke det hvis de ikke får kjøpt en shit for utlendingene da, for de har en svak dollar. Hvis ikke han tror selv at han skal klare også å få så mye arbeidsplasser som skal de klare å dekke det behovet som de har tatt noe og kuttet ut fra utlandet, liksom. Jeg tror ikke han helt regnet på greiene her.
Det er jo det han tror.
Ja, men han er dum. Du får jo aldri en arbeidsplass i USA like effektivt som en kineser for 75 kroner i timen. Sånn som Apple, kostnaden på telefon for Apple er 100 kroner, altså cirka $10 for en iPhone.
Ja.
Og så skal han få til det med Apple i USA.
Hvis spør meg hvordan han har tenkt å få
Ja,
det
så skal han
til.
åpne da. Han går i minus. Det blir som Oda. Det blir som Kolonialen.
Ja.
Det blir som Brødboksen. Du skal
Ja.
selge et produkt og gå i minus og håpe at det har nok salg, så går det i pluss. Det gir jo null mening. Marginen er borte.
Ja.
Han er jo helt koko. Men han skal importere kinesere, ja. Det hadde faen meg også gjort. Da gikk Nvidia i minus og Microsoft.
To our roster.
Joakim, tror du ikke jeg fikk problem med samme dame igjen, eller?
We
Huh?
opened 8 shops
Først, når jeg fikk lettene,
and we committed to
så var
at
det
least
noe,
8 more
så
this
fjerner vi,
year.
så var det
And
noe.
I'm particularly
Og nå er det
excited about not
Botoxen.
only we opened 8 shops, I think we're 7
Samme
different
dame.
states. So we're getting growth.
Ikke
from
gidde å ha
around
så
the
mye.
country and in a
Jeg
lot
har
of
sagt det, vi vil ikke få en som kunde, så nå spør du, ja, du må være på Botoxen litt kortere, og så ser jeg på hva jeg har dokumentert. Jeg har tatt ekstra dose uten tannpasta også, og her spør man om jeg kan få en touch kostnadsfri.
Nå må du skru du gjøre ekstra. Står det
Her
notater?
skriver jeg, hei og takk, kjære, det har gått veldig fint. Dersom du ikke har tatt Botox tidligere, det har gått for lang tid mellom hver gang man tar Botox, og i tillegg har vi en sterk muskler, så kan hende at Botoxen går ut for deg til. Vi har allerede tatt ekstra dose i masseretteren din, uten å få noe mer betalt. Samme gjelder panne og sinnaringen din. Det er betalt i kun for et område, men dosen du fikk, var et område med fokus på sinnaringen. Dersom du skal ha mer Botox, må du vokse litt.
Ja, ja. Fair, fair.
Jeg har ikke kjent meg før, men så dra tilbake når du gjorde det.
Ja, enig.
Hvorfor kommer du til meg?
Jeg vet ikke.
Åh, jeg hater sånn her.
Jeg hater Nasdaq, så kan ikke vi hate ting sammen da? Da gikk Microsoft opp mye, 0,12 poeng, og det fyrte Nasdaq opp. Går ikke an å trade. Vi holder oss til gull. Jeg føler taper Nasdaq på privaten. Gull stikker videre oppover. Og så må jeg fjerne de skjermene her, så du ser ingenting. De burde jo stå der, liksom. For det er veldig sånn trangt der oppe. Og det er helt... Nå gikk en video pluss også.
We've been waiting for this moment.
The opportunity of a century.
Join us on Bloomberg VA Fixing. Weekdays only on Bloomberg TV.
Join me each week on Wall Street Reading for stories of capitalism from business, markets, economics,
2393.
more than what you need to know, what you need to think about.
Dollar fortsetter å falle. Det blir sikkert et nytt trøkk opp på gull her nå.
This is Bloomberg Open Interest. Quick check on the all-time record highs that we're seeing in stocks. I'm talking intraday here, but we're there on the S&P 500, 64.78. We're there on the NASDAQ 100, 23,954. Are we headed towards Dow 50,000? I need to get that hat. We don't show the Dow here because no one cares. Besides me. Right, Katie, is that fair?
I think that's a fair assessment of the situation.
Take a look at the movers here. NVIDIA is unched, right? If it starts to rise, that will just fuel more gains. If it drops, that'll hold us back. AMD up 5.5%.
Sier noe på Bloomberg at alt dreier seg om Nvidia. Hvis Nvidia går videre oppover, så går vi opp. Hvis Nvidia faller, så går vi ned. Det var det han sa. er så sjukt. Jeg blir helt satt ut. Ny topp på gull. Nå hang alt seg her igjen.
Anurag runs Amazon though.
Yeah, you know, I just got off the phone with the grocery analyst, Jennifer Patches, and she told me that what they're doing right now is trying to gain more market share by undercutting prices. So for Walmart, the minimum is $35. I believe it's the same for Kroger. So it looks like what they're trying to do is use their existing logistics network and add
Ny
more
topp på
capacity
gull.
to it by
Den bryter ved 66.
looks like more of a market share gain ploy at this point, and you know, as you said, it seems like the market is responding to it.
Yeah, I was just in the car with my wife yesterday. She said, same day Amazon order going in, what should I get? And I said, Polar Seltzers and some Siggy's yogurt. She said, no, it's not a grocery thing. It's like the stuff that you need, not the food, right? But it is increasingly becoming that, right? Are they going to offer the widest possible range of products?
So, Mac, one of the things that's happened during the pandemic was Amazon extremely invested to a point that
Neste runde på gull nå mot 73, 75.
now that's complete, or you could say that's you know, matured, you can add more and more products on top of it because you obviously have the same drug. You can add more bags to it, etc.
Så vi holder bare gullet. Det bør gå mye mer. Nei, nå låser det seg igjen. Hører dere meg når det henger seg her, eller er det bare... Hører dere meg at det...
Amazon on the retail side, the logistics network it will gain more market share because
Der er
So same
helt
day
krise.
growth.
Å, fy faen, så er Nasdaq, da.
Går det ned?
Om det går.
Trade
Bare
delivery.
dumt.
It's
Nasdaq
free for
rett ned.
Amazon orders over $25 in most cities.
Det er Nasdaq, da. Det er derfor det er sånn... Det er derfor jeg må være short. Når det først faller, så bare...
Exactly what I want to ask Amazon. Does this just tighten the grip, the dominance that Amazon?
Nå ramlet med 50 poeng på 1 sekund.
it's very much like a Costco model because that's where
Nå klikker det for meg snart. Og alt stopper jo her hele tiden.
a lot of the profit comes from is because of the Amazon Prime members. And I think
Coming up in the next hour, Gabriela Santos of JP Morgan talks about the VIX at a 2025 low as we head to ever rising new highs. Axon's
Nå er jeg i hvert fall... Nei, 50 poeng i pluss på Nasdaq.
police technology moving
På
beyond
shorten.
the table.
Gull burde gå mye mer.
His potential as the Fed chair, I don't know if he's going to say much about that, but tell us also what he thinks the Fed should do here and give us his take on the U.S. economy. This is Open Interest.
Jeg tar ikke gevinst på Nasdaq, jeg, ass. Faen heller. Jeg skal bare ha den mye mer ned. Gå rett med noe brus, jeg. Skal du ha sånn sitron?
estava sitiada.
Isso começa a fazer alguém fazer. Foi a parceria que eu tinha tempo, né, no Brasil.
support. No próximo marco está.
Hva da? Men drit med hun Bare drit i hun dama, da.
Of being $1 billion. Do what it takes. Everybody's gonna suffer.
Sånn normalt sett så har jeg sagt selv Nasdaq nå under 23,88. Jeg tør ikke si det til dere, for kanskje en video går rett opp igjen. Skal jeg bare holde posisjonen min på Nasdaq short. Og gull burde gå mye mer oppover. Den kommer bare til å gå. Så der da, ny lov på Nasdaq. Oi! Nå er litt motstand her nede nå på 20, men altså vi...
News on the hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Deborah Rodriguez. President Trump takes part in a virtual meeting this morning with EU leaders and Ukraine's Volodymyr Zelensky on winding down the war with Russia. It comes 2 days before a planned summit between Mr. Trump and Vladimir Putin. Correspondent Weijia Jiang.
The White House press secretary says they do not expect the meeting between Trump and Putin to end with, quote, deliverables. The hope is that it will lead to a three-way meeting with those two leaders, plus Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky.
The BBC's James Waterhouse.
I think the concern here is that they will talk about territory. And the idea of handing it over in some instances, or the idea of some kind of compromise. And we've heard Zelensky say we can't hand over territory because it'll just allow Russia to build further attacks in the future.
Health officials and witnesses in Gaza say at least 25 people were killed trying to get to desperately needed food. An Israeli gunfire today.
Det er helt riktig, Green Supercar.
Negotiations began. Portland Bradsky.
Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu was asked if a 60-day partial ceasefire was still on the table. Netanyahu replied that he thinks it's behind us, saying that Israel tried, but that Hamas was misleading them.
Word just in from Tennessee. Hamilton County's Office of Emergency Management says a mother, a father, and a child were all killed when a
Herregud.
tree fell on their car during heavy rain and flash flooding in a suburb of Chattanooga this morning. Several people were rescued from homes and cars in East Ridge yesterday. There's more rain and flooding expected there today. News from a major
Nå prøver gull også å lage en ny topp her nå. Dollaren fortsetter å falle, Nasdaq fortsetter å falle. Eller Nvidia faller da, som gjør at Nasdaq faller. Bare ha det veldig klart.
appliance maker this morning.
Nå er vi på snart 66 på gull. Det er ganske rak veien opp til et par og 70.
TDE has plans to bring more
Ny topp på gull.
to life in the U.S. CBS's Stacey Lynn explains.
The company's investing more than $3 billion to expand its U.S. operations and plans to shift production of refrigerators, gas ranges, and water heaters out of China and Mexico. The investment is the second largest in the country.
Å, fy faen så gull går, da.
Company's history and is
Kan være glad dere som kjøpte i går. Fytti faen.
Going to school is too much. CBS's Michael George has those details.
A survey of parents by the Kids Mental Health Foundation found while the number one reason was being physically sick, nearly a third of parents say their child missed school due to fear or anxiety. Mental health reasons keeping kids from school included bullying, not fitting in, worrying about a test, or having to speak in public.
The Dow is up 373 points in early trading. This is CBS News.
Ny bunn på Nasdaq. Tok gevinst på Nasdaqen min, kommer til å kjøpe shorten på nytt igjen, bare se om han bryter, for jeg er alt for tidlig ute med den hele tiden.
Hele den chatten er full av spy.
Hvilken chat?
Hva faen kommer det til meg? Hæ?
Da?
Nei, tekstmeldingen mellom meg og hun. Og det var hun gjør, så blir det så skjønner du? Så jeg lurer på om neste gang
Account site will use AI to check on the rate users.
YouTube is the latest tech company to say it intends to use artificial
Ja, bare si du er ikke fornøyd. Du må gå til noen som gjør deg fornøyd.
under the age of 18.
Jo.
Så er det en historikk.
Ny topp på gull.
Tech contributor Ian Shure. Artificial intelligence is very good at
Shorta Nasdaq på nytt.
and having
68 på gull. Jeg hadde bare ikke brukt så mye energi på det.
Jo, men det plager meg der hver
Jo, men det er som meg og... Det er som meg og Nasdaq, får ikke gjort noe med det.
people who are lying about their age.
Det er sånn... Jeg har aldri kjent meg før nå, jeg skulle ha danset da.
Very effective use of it. The initial AI testing has just begun today on a limited number of YouTube
Kommer det
users.
en måned senere, hadde du gjort det innen første måned, så?
Another video teasing Taylor Swift.
Lower rates emerge as secure for Sell America 2.0. How about that? So rates secure all. And we're going to have a simulcast around 10:45. Former St. Louis Fed President Jim Bullard.
Nå er det pluss på shortmen igjen, og Nasdaq og gull går til ny topp. Kanskje endelig vi treffer oss sånn der.
And some. Let's right now kick it off with Lisa Mateo getting.
You got this Bloomberg Business Flash brought to you by IBKR. Will U.S. initial jobs claims exceed 220,000 for the week ending August 30th, 2025. At IBKR forecast trader, the yes recently at 50%. Start predicting today at ibkr.com/forecast. The last trading day for this contract is September 4th. We've got stocks rising to a record. Yields falling, traders increasing their bets that the Fed will cut interest rates. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent said we should go into a series of rate cuts here, starting with a 50 basis point cut in September. Let's start with the NASDAQ up 0.3%, 74 points, 21,757. The Dow up 0.9% at 44,000.
Ny topp på gull, 69.
500, up 0.4%.
73, 75 er ganske mye motstand.
Space, we have the 2 years, 3.68%. That's down 4 basis points. The yield on the 10-year, 4.24. Stock market this year from the AI boom. Its shares are down about 12%, according to disappointing earnings outlook. Its AI build-out costs
Han i
are
Oslo?
exceeding its losses. Then shares of fast casual Mediterranean chain Cabo
Nei, han skal sende tilbud i dag.
down 17%. The company's been facing pressure to keep up with its fast growth. It says diners, well, they're just spending less money. Natalia will have more of those in stockholders. And finally, sticking with restaurant chains, Chili's owner
70 på gull. Rett opp.
EAT, love that. Reported a comeback. Its shares up 2% with a fourth quarter earnings beat. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News now. Wherever you get your podcast.
Yeehaw!
Business Lounge. Follow them.
All right, Ms. Mateo, thank you so much. We appreciate that as we're just reporting stocks moving higher across the board. Let's take a look at some of the stocks on the move today. I'm Paul Sweeney alongside Norma Linda. And we're joined by Bloomberg's Natalia Kenijevic. And Natalia, what are you looking at?
As Lisa mentioned, Kava is one of the biggest stock movers today. The ticker is CAV.
Husker at jeg sa i går at den bevegelsen på gull, at den kommer til å komme etterpå? Husker jeg sa det i går? Husker at jeg sa det i går? At den bevegelsen går var helt feil? Dere skjønner at man blir litt frustrert når det liksom tar så lang tid før markedet skjønner det. Det er veldig vanskelig å trade på greiene der, altså. Men det har aldri vært sånn som det er nå. Nå er det veldig spesielt. Men den gullbevegelsen vi ser i dag, den skulle vi egentlig se i går. Ikke i dag. I går. Men på grunn av Trump så ble det utsatt. For den Nasdaq gikk i tak i går.
Mediterranean version
Well, how did you guys go there?
I've never been. You, what about you?
No, I haven't. I'm not a big fan of the
Not
flavor
me,
of
I
the
have
cheese,
part
but
of my
it's everything. It's on
Thank you.
KDR.
But a lot of people are big fans, so, you know, really interesting, but you're watching.
Skal jeg reise på bra?
Holding. Right, so this is the research rate for the company, ticker is ON, the stock is down by almost
Den sendte meg veldig greit, så har jeg svart deg på litt ønsker.
sneakers, backed by Roger.
Kan du ikke bare svare deg på det her og skrive til deg? Hei, så har jeg sendt deg en tekstmelding.
Nei, men hun er veldig sånn personvern.
Ja, skjønner jeg. Nvidia, day low, Nasdaq, day low. Med en gang Nvidia går opp, så kjøper vi Nasdaq. Skål. Drit i PR, drit i inntjening. Følg Nvidia.
Sales growth is already peaking, and notably, this downgrade comes just a day after the company
Hola mi amores.
better than expected forecast and boosted
Que pasa? Pasa que?
sales across global regions.
Om vi har det bra, jeg fikk omtrent illebefinnende i stad, men det går bra nå.
From Asian markets, about 17% growth coming from the US, but
Klikket for meg. At Nasdaq gikk opp. Bare tull.
here in the US, this is
Nei, Nasdaq gikk opp 100 poeng i stad, på hva da? Bullshit.
about more than 50% of total revenue comes from the US, so it's a big market.
Og gull fikk bevegelsen sin i dag, som skulle komme i går, på grunn av Trump.
Hedgeye has short bond. Where are we? What's happening there?
Right, so the ticker is for the stock CRWV. This is a big story we've been following this year. This is a company that previously went public. The stock is down by
Og Trump har trua økonomisjefen i Goldman Sachs med sparken. Altså, det er det sjukeste. Det er det samme som å gå til kong Olav. Nei, han er dau for så vidt. Det er det samme som å gå til kong Harald. Bare si, du ser litt sliten ut, så må du bytte deg ut. Goldman Sachs er liksom, det er liksom top dog, det er alfa, det er liksom, det er sigma i finans, liksom. Du går opp til økonomisjefen i Goldman Sachs og sier at du leser ikke tallene riktig, det er ikke riktig det du sier. Altså, den mannen der er jo faen meg gal i panna. Så han kontaktet sjefen i Goldman Sachs, Solomon, og anbefalte han å gi sparken til økonomisjefen i Goldman Sachs. Altså, dere skjønner ikke hvor latterlig det er. Dere forstår ikke hvor latterlig det er.
Anywhere you listen. Well, earlier today, Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent, he's been calling for a 50 basis point interest rate cut after this week's consumer price data. And in conversation with Bloomberg television anchors Jonathan Farrow and Henry Horder, Bessent says that could be the start of a rate cutting cycle. Let's listen.
Ja, nå hang min PC seg opp igjen.
September, but maybe 75 more over the longer term. Mike McKee, he does this stuff for a living, this economic stuff for Bloomberg.
Dollar fortsetter å falle.
Mike, does the data support the type of 150, 175 basis point rate cut that Secretary Bessent is talking about?
Well, the data don't support it, but the forecast does, in the sense that Fed officials think that you'll get down to 3.4% by 2027. That was their June forecast in the Summary of Economic Projections, because they figure that inflation will continue to fall, and their forecast is that we'll get to the PCE, very close to PCE target of 2% by 2027. They were forecasting 2.1. Now, this is all pre-tariffs, so we don't know what the Fed thinks now. We'll get a new forecast in September and find out if they would agree. But the data at the moment don't support don't even support a 50 basis point cut. So I don't think that the Secretary's wish is valid there.
I mean, when I listened to the interview, one of my thoughts was about the Fed's dual mandate. How are you balancing that right now?
And Maria Horder and I were talking about that this morning. If you add an inflation rate above 3% to a jobless rate at 4.2%, you do not come up with a sum that equals a rate cut. The Fed at this point is trying to balance both. We'll see where we are, and they're really going to need this extra data after we get the next CPI and jobs report in early September, because it's a very close call now. If the unemployment rate doesn't start to rise significantly, then the Fed would be justified in staying where it is, which is what the majority would like to do right now, because inflation, as we just saw, is above 3%.
It's interesting, with the political pressure, there must be extraordinary. President Trump also out in a tweet today indicating that as he thinks about replacing Fed Chair Jay Powell next year, it seems like the list of potential replacements is actually growing. Is there any front runners? Do we know how that process may play out going forward?
Well, the process seems to be almost normal, in the sense that they're compiling lists of potential names who would fit the president's criteria, and then Scott Bessent is leading a group who interviews each one, and they'll pare the list down and give the finalists to the president, which is all kind of the way it would be done in a normal administration or in any kind of corporate executive search. We don't know who the favorite is. Last week, Bloomberg reported to that point that Christopher Waller, the Fed governor, the current Fed governor, is the favorite, but now we've got these new names added this morning. The Treasury confirms that they've added some private sector names to the list. Rick Reeder from BlackRock, David Zervos at Jefferies, and Larry Lindsay, who runs his own economic consulting service now, but was a member of the Fed Board of Governors back in the George H.W. Bush years, have been added to the list. So we're up to 11 people now. One assumes that we get into September, they'll start pairing.
This has to be confirmed.
Yes.
So you presumably, if Powell leaves in May, would you like to have somebody by May confirmed?
Oh, absolutely. And there's no reason they can't do that. And the timing, the administration officials have told me their timing has been aimed at getting a name out in, say, October or November. It could be speeded up by everything that's happened in the meantime. Scott Bessent said today that he thought that Stephen Myron, who the president is planning to nominate for the open...
En video som retter seg opp litt.
So there would be two new names to come out. And so we have 11 people to choose from here at this point.
Honey, should we go find a couple good people from that, presumably? Michael McKee, Thank you so much, Mike McKee, is the International Economics and Policy Correspondent for Bloomberg News, running slide in our Bloomberg Macro Broker Studio. Stocks still higher on the day, not quite at their intraday highs, but the S&P still up about 0.4%. This.
For en dere har gått for, Erik.
Hva da?
Hei, Sahara. Jeg skjønner at det er ubehagelig å løse opp med filler. Problemet med granulatøse reaksjoner er at man er anbefalt å ikke bare løse opp filleren der hvor det er reaksjon, men også filler andre steder ettersom det er antatt å holde i gang den immunologiske reaksjonen. Hvis det er en skade.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day. Bloomberg.com, Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is the Bloomberg Business Flash.
That is Bloomberg Business Flash, brought to you by Oracle. Attention growing businesses. Oracle is offering to cut your current cloud bill in half if you move to Oracle Cloud Infrastructure. For new U.S. customers with minimum financial commitment, see if your company qualifies at Oracle.com/Bloomberg. We've got stocks advancing. This is after yesterday's U.S. inflation data encouraged investors that the Fed can cut interest rates next month. Tomorrow, all eyes will be shifted to the producer price index and initial jobless claims. The Nasdaq up 0.3%, the Dow up 0.7%, the S&P 500 that's up 0.3%. In the yield space, we have the 2-year 3.67%, that's down 5 basis points. The yield on the 10-year 4.23%, and that's down about 5 basis points. The commodities up, WTI crude $62 a barrel, down about 0.5%. We have COMEX gold up about 0.5%, $3,416 an ounce. The Bloomberg Dollar Spot Index now down 0.3%. Bitcoin just up above $120,000. 121,000. Crypto firm bullish. Will it raise $1.1 billion in an IPO, pricing its shares above the marketed range? Then Circle Internet Group, the second largest stablecoin issuer, well, and a group of shareholders, including the co-founder and CEO, will they announce an offering to sell a combined 10 million shares? And finally, shares of Tencent, they're up about 7% as their ADRs, up about 4% in Hong Kong. That's after revenue for it's China's most valuable company. It beat estimates, and the company said it's stepping up its AI spend. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, you can subscribe to Bloomberg News Now. Wherever you get your podcasts, I'm Lisa Mateo. That is your Bloomberg Business Flash. Paul and Nora.
All right, Mr. Ted, thank you so much. We appreciate that. Norma, Linda, Paul Sweeney, we're live here in our Bloomberg studio in New York City.
Ny lov på Nasdaq.
They had the summit in Alaska. President Putin, on Friday, thank you very much. President Putin is confident that Russia is in a dominant position on the battlefield as his military advances in Ukraine. Let's get the lay of the land of this upcoming summit from the perspective of what is happening on the ground. Wayne Sanders, Senior Defense Weapons Analyst, Bloomberg Intelligence, joins us here. So as this summit takes place here,
Deilig. Nasdaq tryner, motherfucker. Det er Nasdaq som faller, og det er Nvidia som drar ned. Gull kommer til å stikke antageligvis nå. Dollaren faller mer.
One-fifth of Ukraine on that eastern border side, right? That front line is about 600 miles long. And Putin
Nå går ikke fredssamtalene med Putin og Trump så bra likevel. Selv om møtet er i kveld. Eller i morgen da.
Bridge in there as well from key logistic lines for military side. You look at some of the annexed areas in Ukraine right now, the Donetsk and Luhansk makes up that Donbass region. You have a lot of steel making and coal in that area, which obviously is key to some of the President Trump's his mineral deal that he's already had. And Zaporizhia has a nuclear power plant, it's the largest in Europe. So these are key areas right now that Russia's been able to advance on, and these are key strategic areas that Russia would like to be able to keep. But European leaders are also coming to the table saying right now that it is very important that international borders must not be changed by force. So I think these are some of the key ones around there.
Wayne, you spoke about the fact that Russia has really been moving more into eastern Ukraine here. Can you just speak to the significance of this happening prior to these conversations that are ahead?
Yeah, I think everything ends up being a bargaining position, right? When you come to the table and you're ahead by X number of points that's something that's going to be looked at, and it's going to be a position of strength. So President Putin is coming to the table right now. He believes he is in a position of strength to be able to say, I already have control over many of these regions, and for that reason, then these are areas that we need to look at. And if he declares, and if Russia declares that these are areas of Russia by their laws that were put out back in 2020, those areas cannot be rescinded. So now you're having both sides coming to the table and saying, no, these are my areas, and those are going to be the key areas. I know President Trump has talked about the potential for land swap, but what that actually looks like, not exactly sure at this point.
Wayne, these two sides have been at war for a number of years here. Can you give us a status of both of their military positions, relative strength at this point? Because boy, it's just they've been going at it for so long.
No, 100%. There are hundreds of thousands from a casualty perspective. Both sides have increased their recruiting capacity so that they can maintain force projection on that. They have doubled, tripled, and quadrupled their manufacturing capacity to maintain.
Dollar fortsetter å svekke seg. Nasdaq lager nye bunner. Etter å ha gått opp hver eneste dag i et år.
So Putin has a reason to kind of keep it going because you're actually seeing some profitability on the Russian side. Ukraine, obviously, they're dug in areas that they are.
De viktigste tallene kommer i morgen, da.
Are up for consideration as part of a mega deal with U.S. We would give them weapon systems. They would give us their drone technologies as consideration, but none of that's been had yet. But I mean, they're built battle hardened, and you've seen a lot of on both sides. The military morale on both sides has really come down a lot, but they continue to push both sides not wanting to give up anything.
of weaponry have we been supplying Ukraine at this phase in the war?
We continue with the Patriot the air.
Faen, så Nasdaq detter, altså.
With the PAC-3 interceptor.
Faen, det er bra, altså.
One of the main ones that we do. We have NASAMS capabilities, a lot of air as well as artillery. The 155 continues to be one of the biggest killers of the battlefield. At one point in time, it was over 70% of all casualties came from artillery, just standard cannons firing these 155 millimeter shells, to hit other people on the target. And then the drone fight back and forth at that point has been pretty significant as well.
How about air power here? What have we provided Ukraine? Is there anything that's anticipated?
On the air front, not a whole lot. I think part of one of the reasons there is you see a lot of jamming capability as well as surface to air capabilities that Russia has. You're not seeing a lot of whole lot of air superiority. Most of the air capability right now in Ukraine is being used for drones because at that point in time you can based off of the low cost, high yield capability of what you're able to throw, you can use a lot of them at the same time and cost the enemy from the troops perspective a lot to be able to defend against those.
All right, Wayne, thanks so much for that. We appreciate it. Wayne Sanders, he's a senior defense weapons analyst at Bloomberg Intelligence. He's based down there in Washington, D.C. We want to get a perspective of what's happening on the ground in Ukraine as Presidents Trump and Putin plan to meet Friday for their summit in Alaska. We will continue to report on that. Let's get back to these markets here. Tatiana Darrier joins us. She's a strategist for Markets Live. Tatiana, I know you guys survey participants in the market. What's the latest survey? What was your focus of the latest survey? What'd you learn?
Good morning, Paul, and happy to be here. In our latest markets poll, we asked about U.S. exceptionalism. I think the results here show the real dilemma that many investors are having out there on U.S. stocks. You do want to keep some exposure, but there's a lot of reasons that you worry about the market. So let's get right into the results. It shows that most participants think that U.S. stocks will suffer as a result of Donald Trump's trade war by the end of his term. However, the silver lining is that if he's successful to push for lower interest rates at the Fed, then U.S. stocks can maintain their edge and can continue to outperform global peers. So sort of like, put it like, rate cuts will save U.S. exceptionalism if they come.
I see that 70% of respondents said that U.S. performance relative to global peers will suffer, as you mentioned, by the end of his term. What is really underpinning this sentiment here?
I think it's still caution on tariffs, right? And it sort of contrasts with what we're seeing in the stock market, right? A record-breaking rally, fresh highs. I think we're somewhere in the 22nd fresh record high this year or something like that today. But this is showing that there is lingering concern about.
Det har vært 22 nye all-time highs i år. 22 nye all-time high i år. På en økonomi som man er livredd for tariff.
The economy is softening. Those concerns are still yet to spill over into earnings, perhaps. So I think that really captures those jitters. And if you look at the S&P 500, yes, it's up 10% on the year, but it's still lagging its global peers. MSCI World Index ex-US is up 20% actually. So despite what looks like solid gains, we are heavily underperforming the rest of the market.
So the American exceptionalism story as it relates to the economy, it depends on who you ask, but maybe it's not as strong as it was perhaps in the beginning of the year before the tariff discussions. What about the American exceptionalism in terms of valuation of the markets here? How do U.S. respondents feel about the premium valuation of U.S. markets?
Well, valuations are certainly exceptional too. Just given that we are seeing valuations that are perhaps 90%.
Jo, jeg hører, men det er jævla mye. Dollar fortsetter å falle. Og det er jo nettet mitt også. Faen eller oss. Slår seg helt av. Så ingenting. Jeg bare sa nettet mitt. Altså, det fryser hele tiden. Tok litt gevinst nå på Nasdaq, men jeg shorter videre hvis jeg ser at det begynner å falle mer. En video har rettet seg opp. Apple opp 1,5% i dag. Sprøtt. Shorta på nytt. Ser tungt ut. Dollar fortsetter å falle.
Områder hvor jeg betalte på begge. Uansett om jeg greit former, alle har veldig god miljø med det nå. Jeg kunne ha sett på det mye for det verden. Så vil jeg høre du snakke om 2 områder, og jeg betalte for begge. What the fuck? Du gjorde jo ikke det! Skal jeg sende deg det videre kvitteringene, eller?
Ja.
Jeg betalte for masseter og et område.
Apple bare går opp 1,6%.
markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day. Bloomberg.com, Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is the Bloomberg Business Flash.
And this Bloomberg Business Flash brought to you by Oracle. Attention growing businesses. Oracle offering to cut your current cloud bill in half if you move to Oracle Cloud Infrastructure. For new U.S. customers with minimum financial commitment, see if your company qualifies at oracle.com/Bloomberg. We've got some optimism on Wall Street over growing hopes of a softening rate stance. We have the NASDAQ up 0.2%, 43 points at 21,726. The Dow up 0.6%, 293 points at 44,747, and the S&P 500 up 0.2%, 13 points at 6,457. The two-year yield, 3.67%, that's down 6 basis points. The yield on the 10-year, 4.23%, and that's down about 5 basis points. The Bloomberg Dollar Spot Index, that's down 0.3%, and I have to point out Bitcoin is now above 121,000. A few companies making news. Air Canada's more than 10,500 flight attendants. Well, they say they'll be going on strike beginning Sunday if a deal is not reached. The airline said it's gradually suspending flights as a result of that. And it's official, Gildan Activewear. It's agreed to buy underwear maker Hanes Brands for about $2.2 billion in cash and stock. It's the largest ever acquisition. And if you need groceries in a rush, well, Amazon's got you covered. It's offering same-day grocery delivery in more than 1,000 cities. Plans to bring a service to over 2,300 more by the end of the year. Free for Amazon Prime subscribers on orders over 25, but $13.
Dollaren fortsetter å falle. Nvidia retter seg opp, og Apple går opp.
Eller overtenker jeg hele greia nå?
Det gjør du uansett.
Men synes du ikke det er riktig å si det nå?
Nei, jeg har sagt det når hun kommer.
Hvorfor det? Hva er poenget da hun kommer ut? Jeg vil ikke at du skal komme.
Nei, da sender du det da.
Jeg håper du klarer å gjøre det for meg. Jeg skal være fornøyd, så jeg får en annen film litt. Den er hasj.
Den er hasj.
Anchors Matt Miller, Katie Greifeld, and Michael McKee. And again, the market's trying to discount here what this Fed is going to do given some of the recent economic.
Apple opp 1,63%. Det er ikke noe nytt på Apple. Det er bare tull.
And I think the market's got baked in. Look at the work function, or 25 basis points spread. But again, I woke up this morning, I looked at my news feed, and there was more talk about 50 basis points.
Legger ved bildet av kvitteringen med større tvil over hva du tatt for.
Yeah.
On Bloomberg Television this morning saying, okay, 50 basis points, but don't stop there. That's just the beginning. Let's talk about 150, 175 basis points. So I don't know where we go here. Maybe President Bullock in some sense.
Absolutely. I mean, I think that a lot of people are really anxiously waiting, especially as we think about all the other concerns that have been going on in this environment. But it's really about whether or not, if they were to be that aggressive, what does that mean for all the other things that are at play here in the economy? And so I think that that's what people are really focusing on. But of course, you are seeing the market's still getting a lift. People are clearly celebratory right now as we're looking at people picking up stocks. And we see consumer staples, worst performing sector, industrials, worst performing sector. but the majority of the market right now in the green.
Yep, giving up some of the intraday highs here, so, but still, coming on the screen there, we've seen this market grind hard. We got the S&P 500 year to date up about 10% here, so that's just extraordinary given where we started the year with that 20% move down. We rallied, recouped all of that and then some here. And we've got more economic data coming this week. We've got PPI tomorrow. That'll be 8:30 a.m. Wall Street time. Tom and I will bring that to you. And then retail sales on Friday. Again, Tom and I will bring that to you at 8:30 a.m. Wall Street time. So some more data points for this Fed to digest to see where we go.
Do we still care about U.S. sentiment? I think we got like coming on Friday as well.
But it gets a kind of, I do, because it just
Right.
gives a good sense of kind of what people are thinking about in terms of their sentiment about the overall
Absolutely.
economy. Plus, inflation expectations are important. It gets the wrath of being a soft data point, survey, as
For
opposed
sure.
to a historical hard data point like
But so many
CPI.
good nuggets in there.
Yeah, and
I love
it's very
to.
strong. So we'll bring that to you, and that comes Friday around 10 a.m. Wall Street time. So, and again, so just looking at these markets, pretty much well off the highs of the day, but still showing some green out there across the screen. The S&P 500 up 15 points, the Dow up 290 points, and the Nasdaq up 55 points. All right, right now let's get to this discussion. We're talking Fed speak. Former St. Louis Fed President Jim Bullard speaking with Bloomberg Television anchors Matt Miller, Katie Greco.
Ny low på Nasdaq, tross at Apple går rett opp.
Our radio and television audiences worldwide. Joining us now is former St. Louis Fed President Jim Bullard, one of the potential candidates President Trump is considering for Fed chair. Jim, great to talk to you, or Dean, I should probably address you by your title, Dean of the Purdue University School of Business. I got to first ask you your take on rates. Considering the shape the United States economy is in, do we need a 50 basis point rate cut at the next meeting?
I've said 100 basis points over the next, as we go into 2026, so I think we could get started on that path. I think 50 sounds panicky, sounds like the administration wouldn't be that confident in their economic program, which I don't think is the right stance to take here. I think they've got a pro-business program that will fire up the economy after we get through the initial phase of the new tariff policies, which is slowing down the global economy. But eventually, we'll have very strong growth in the U.S. economy. And monetary policy has to be looking ahead and anticipating that. I do think the policy rate's high, but the committees could find lower.
Apple opp 1,8% nå. Jo mer markedet faller, jo mer opp går Apple. Her er det et eller annet som ikke stemmer, ass. Apple opp 1,8%. Det er den eneste som holder Nasdaq oppe nå. Nvidia faller, Alphabet faller, Meta faller. Ja, Broadcom opp da. Apple opp 2% nesten på at det faller.
Well, I just think you would want to be at neutral if you felt inflation was coming down to 2%. That's why I suggested that we get 100 basis points lower. But you're looking through this inflation that's still CPI core is still up around 3%. You're looking through that, but still you want to get confirmation that inflation is actually coming down to target in the way that you would like. And so you don't want to be too aggressive because you might have to, you might get burned by the data as the committee did last year. So I think, you want to get on this path toward neutral and you want to keep watching the data, especially inflation. And if inflation comes in, too high or starts going up again,
say that what we're seeing right now is not respect. What did you mean by that? What does respecting the independence of the Fed look like to you?
yeah, I mean, the Fed is where it is because of the Federal Reserve Act. The committee does because of the Federal Reserve Act. So if, you know, you have to do all this under existing law, and if you want to change the law, the Congress can certainly come in and do that, but Congress has looked at the Federal Reserve Act 6 ways from Sunday, and they keep coming up with the idea that, hey, this is a pretty good way to do it. So it's a complicated system, it is done by committee, it is at arm's length from day-to-day politics, but that's the way it is. And
Apple opp 2%, og Nasdaq fortsetter å falle. Det er ganske sjukt.
change that. So I think, you know, we have to respect that, and we have to make these decisions under the law.
Well, speaking of changes, a number of people on the list that the administration is considering have suggested they want to make some major changes in the way the Fed operates, and the president has suggested he'd like to see major changes in the way the Fed operates. If you were to become chair, what would you change about the Fed?
Well, I've been outspoken over the years about various aspects. I do think that the Fed is a research powerhouse. I think we could make more use of the various ideas that are proposed around the nation from the Fed, and we could, you know, break up the groupthink a little bit more than what it has been in the last few years. I think there's a lot of emphasis on Phillips curve and thinking. I've often said that I think that the evidence for that is not very good, or to the extent there is even evidence, it's very muted. And so that story, that Phillips curve type story, gets emphasized too much in financial markets and too much in policymakers' minds. So I try to break out of that a little bit. And emphasize the role of expectations a little bit more, so that we more forward-looking than probably what we have today.
And Dean Bullen, does it concern you when the president and his allies disagree with Jerome Powell's monetary policy views? They start looking into things like renovation costs at the Fed, or when the president disagrees with the numbers coming out of the Bureau of Labor Statistics, and so he fires the chief statistician there. Does that concern you?
Yeah, I think the president put up a new candidate for BLS who I think will be pretty credible. So it looks to me like she's maybe behind us. I do think that the nation as a whole does not have as good of an as we could, even though we're better than most other countries. You know, when you think about it, Walmart, it's 1.6 million employees or something like that.
Jeg er shorta først, Robert.
They know their pricing in real time for all those stores, all over the country and all over the world. Why are we getting a retail sales report once a month? That's kind of sketchy. You know, why can't that all be done a lot better? So I think to the extent that information is important for how financial markets operate and how policy operates, we can do much better than we do today in making sure that we have the right information available so we make good decisions.
If you did end up in the chair, obviously you could be the target of.
Apple opp over 2% nå. What the fuck, liksom?
Look at what he has said about Powell and others on the Fed. Do you think the criticism has been fair?
Yeah, I mean, I think the president can espouse his views as he often does on monetary policy, just like all the other politicians that like to talk about monetary policy on both sides of the aisle. And so I just don't see any reason why you can say that the president can't do that. A lot of presidents haven't done that, but I don't think they maybe wanted to take that out, or they didn't feel like it wasn't their style, or they didn't feel as confident in talking about the economy as President Trump does. You know, he's got a lot of experience and in a very interest-sensitive industry, and so he thinks, and all the people I've ever been in real estate always want lower interest rates because that's the way the industry works. It is a little different from a public policy perspective because you got the inflation component that you might feed into if you go too far, too fast. And so I think the role of the Fed chair is to guide that process and make sure that we've got good outcomes for for the US economy.
All right, Dean Bullard, we really appreciate your time. We're eager to have you back soon. That is Purdue University School of Business Dean and former St. Louis Fed President Jim Bullard. We're
Good stuff from Bloomberg Television, former St. Louis Fed President Jim Bullard, speaking with Bloomberg anchors Matt Miller, Katie Breitfeld, and Michael McKee. It's been a busy day.
Incredible.
Talking Fed level, we had Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent on this morning.
Right.
We're going to play a cut of that in the 11 o'clock hour. From that same discussion, again, Secretary Bessent on war rates and down.
Right.
Dean Bullard from Purdue and former St. Louis Fed President also calling for rates to come down. So there seems to be a consensus building. So, and another is we had a little M&A trade here in studio. Can you tell us who is Gildan? Because I think a lot of people know of them, and why are they buying underwear?
Yeah, definitely that. That makes a lot of sense. I think a lot of people probably know it, because it's really a big manufacturer. So they create t-shirts that they sell to the teams or Walmart, and then they also go back and serve them. They do have exposure to which is what means basic underwear, bras, and the state created activewear until they spun off Champion. So they're very complementary. Yeah, it's not too bad.
Interesting. And I don't remember Gildan was mentioned. You just start to look into the tag for your t-shirt, and you'll start to see the name pop up there. But I mean, let's talk about consolidation more broadly in your industry. I know you have a lot of things you
Och så vill hun først ikke gjøre noe, og så var det sånn, kanskje vi gjør noe likevel, så kan vi gjøre. Og så skal vi fjerne da. Så bare, jeg tror det er personlig fint, men noe vi føler for det. Det fikk jeg også, så vi fjerner mye, som neste på lista er drøftelsesenderen, og så finner jeg ikke med riktig grann i barn. Så kommer det bare å fjerne fra under øyes face.
A lot of that's just in terms of building
Nei, du kan ikke være først å si hvor du skal, ikke bare, Du vet, jeg orker ikke at du skal komme tilbake og bare, de blir ikke lov til å fjerne, så jeg satte litt for hun ville fjerne. Det var det hun fjerne for, så de fjernet. Ja, det er pølser til å fjerne, og jeg sa flere ganger. Jeg kan ikke se hvor mye eller hvor lite som kan fjernes. Det kan jeg ikke garantere, for det kan ikke jeg bestemme. Jeg kan bare ta det litt med ord, som er litt skilt. Så sa jeg meg ikke senere. Jeg føler at jeg ser litt sliten, og jeg tror det ble satt for mye, så jeg satte litt, men igjen, den kan spre seg, og jeg vet ikke hvor lite eller hvor mye som kan fjernes. Og så vil hun fylle på igjen, så sier jeg at hun kan sånn at det betyr en rekke belyser. Ja, det er liksom 3 dager for å fjerne, det tar litt tid. Give it some time, liksom. Ok, greit, jeg venter, og så var hun sånn, ja, ettersom du satte for mye, eller ikke investeringen er ulike hundratiden, så er det 20% på. Og da er det lister, og jeg ikke trenger full behandling, så sier jeg om du trenger behandling eller ikke, som er fortsatt åpnet på den sprøyta. Om det er 1 eller 2 eller 1 liter, så kan det være fortsatt åpnet den sprøyta. Og det er produktet for tiden og teknikken. Så jeg har hatt samme samtale med hun, nå er det den jævla dritt.
We're basically seeing Andy Jeffries that is saying that
Ja.
in the company sale.
Jeg kommer da på Discord, og så hører hun alt, og så får hun tall.
Ja, det kan være. Pepino er der, hun.
Hører du meg?
Sikkert.
Så nei. For da får hun alt.
Jeg hører deg, og på dass jeg hører deg. Jeg har så nett.
He's saying all advancing with Bloomberg Business Flash brought to you by. Hi. Oracle, attention growing businesses, Oracle's off. Cut
your current cloud bill in half if you move to Oracle Cloud Infrastructure for new U.S. customers with
Dollar fortsetter å falle.
company qualifies at oracle.com/Bloomberg. Lots going on, and we got you covered here. Bloomberg traders keep piling in the bets, and the Fed will soon be able to cut rates. Stocks rising toward a record. Another record, bond yields falling alongside the dollar. Right to the front of the S&P 500 index, Roth session high is still a record. 64.55, up another 0.2%. Dow Industrials up 249, up 6 cents. Nasdaq at a record up 38 right now. That was a gain of 0.2%. Our Max 7 index up another 0.2%. And the Russell 2000 index of small cap shares continuing its advance up another 0.6%. 10-year at 4.23%, with a 2-year at 3.67%. Gold up 0.4%. And 62.32 a barrel. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent is calling for the Fed to execute a cycle of interest rate cuts, suggesting the central bank's benchmark ought to be at least 1.5 percentage points lower than it is now. He made a comment in the Bloomberg interview this morning, but what about a 50 basis point cut at the September FOMC meeting? Former St. Louis Fed President Jim Bullard was asked about that moments ago, right here on Bloomberg Intelligence.
50 sounds panicky, sounds like the administration wouldn't be that confident in their economic program, which I don't think is the right stance to take here. I think they've got a pro-business program that will fire up the economy after we get through the initial phase of the new tariff policies.
Former St. Louis Fed President Jim Bullard. After earnings, shares of CoreWeave, they are plunging 15.8%. And after earnings, the fast casual Mediterranean restaurant chain Cava Group, that is down now by 16.2%. Cisco reports at the close of trading today. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Charlie Pellet, thank you so much. We appreciate that. Norma Linda and Paul Sweeney, we're live in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio, streaming live on YouTube as well.
Nå droppa Apple med 0,5%. Sånn. Og Nvidia kommer litt ned. Euroen fortsetter å svekke seg.
In the S&P 500, but it's really interesting seeing the performance today coming off of yesterday where we ended up more than 1%.
All right, let's take a look at some of the stocks on the move today. I'll Paul Sweeney alongside Norma Linda. We're joined by Bloomberg's Denitza Sokol with Denitza. What are you looking at today?
Let's start with Amazon and grocery delivery. Obviously, that's been the big news. That's not moving only Amazon, but quite a few names. Amazon is up nearly 1%. The news is that customers in more than 1,000 cities and towns can now order groceries with same-day delivery, and they're looking to expand this to double the cities by year-end. The ticker, of course, is AMZN. What we're seeing is a big reaction to Instacart. It's limited as much as 11%. We're also seeing Kroger react to this, Walmart react to this. Obviously, Amazon is gaining, but the stock is actually up 22%.
Ny lov på Nasdaq. Gull kommer sikkert til å hente seg opp igjen. Det er bare idioter som ikke helt skjønner hva som skjer. Valutaen fortsetter å spekke seg. Ja, nå gikk gull opp med $2. Nasdaq kommer ny lov her. Så følg med på valutaen når du handler gull. Den burde egentlig gå opp til det jeg har egentlig. Ny lov på Nasdaq. Ta litt mer gevinst der.
It's moving the stock. The expansion same-day delivery is obviously one way to take over Walmart. They do this and expanding in that area. Of course, Amazon has full tons as well. So maybe they have an edge, but we're yet to see. I don't know. Would you pay?
You guys get groceries?
I do.
You guys get this Amazon?
Amazon.
Oh, here we go. I know.
Yeah.
And that's good. I think it's a good help.
Jeg svetter.
Ever since we moved here, I decided to sleep. But you're also looking at another company here, Cava. We're talking about that.
Or that's one name that saw such a big surge after the IPOs, and I feel so close right now, so I think it's very relevant. But now we're seeing shares plummet after the company trimmed its annual sales guidance. So it's down about 60% now. The ticker is CAVA. Of course, it's a fast casual vegetarian chain now they say sales at established location will stand at 6% at most. They previously forecasted 8%.
Filmer som er greit, som gjør tydelig,
That
sier
is
fra
better than
klart og tydelig. Jeg skjønner det, men jeg skjønner ikke hvorfor det er tilbakestående. Jeg følte meg slått meg når hun fjernet, for jeg var sånn, jeg kan ikke garantere noe, jeg kan ikke se noe lite eller så mye som fjernes, men vi kan prøve litt, hvis det var litt rekommendasjoner, så hadde jeg sett mer enn det, jo, så følte man at det ble fjernet for mye, og det var ikke sykt bra. Jeg sa det jo. Så jeg bare følte ikke at noen forstår det, og så ble jeg satt skrevet på vidt. Du har betalt for et område, jeg har to områder, og jeg har umulig ikke forstå. Hun sier jo etter det igjen, jeg betalte for to områder, så jeg tror jeg har ikke ganske tydelig, og jeg føler tydelig, de har sikkert forhandlinger, men hun her,
in their microforce brands, the first side companies, product improvement, value proposition. It's pretty ambitious. $30, which implies a 53% increase from last close. Shares jumped as much as 40% when they reported earnings recently. They had
det er ikke etisk riktig, det er ikke forsvarlig, det er ikke ditt tall, det er ikke som det er, det er ikke uavhengig, la.
Good, they need to spell it across that for Bloomberg.
Så nå gjorde jeg på den siste jeg skulle skimme av henne. Hun fikk jo forbud mot å begynne med skimmeren, så var det 2 måneder, så ville hun fylle ene siden på skjeven, så jeg startet en side, samme opplegg. Og da fyller jeg den ene siden hennes, og jeg liksom fikk noe spissmål, så ble det fint, ikke sant, så ble det åpnet sånn.
Å, vi lov! Juhu!
Og så sier jeg til nei, du går ikke fjerne allerede, det er så sant.
Ny lov på Nasdaq!
Så kommer problemet over en side, det er sånn andre, for det er sånn andre. Jeg skal jobbe med hodet mitt etter, så nå må jeg gi det. Så skriver hun til meg igjen, jeg var sånn der, samme dag som du var med meg.
I'm hopeful about the September meeting. And Jonathan, the president's concerned about the building and the massive cost overrun. There will be no accountability at that point. Tok gevinst på Nasdaq. Har fortsatt litt inne. Jeg har gjort hittil på dag på Nasdaq. Utrolig nok. Scott Bessent.
Who are you thinking to follow?
Henry, we're working on the big list right now. I think there's going to be a couple more names revealed today. They're going to be private sector names. So we had a series or a list of current Fed members. We're going to have some private sector, very well respected people. And then we will get to the second seat.
Can you give us some names, a little bit of a tease? Maybe people that have been on this program?
Well, I just did tease, Tony, there'll be some private sector names.
Okay, when it comes to the Fed chair, though, can you give us a sense of how many names you're actually thinking about?
Well, I'm going to interview, I'm going to cast a wide net.
Gull kommer, må vent. Tar det tid, samme som det går. De skjønner ikke helt. Og så ser Nasdaq falle og så bare, å, hjelp!
Regulatory policy, which is very, very important because the Fed set, I think, big-footed the other regulators. The Fed's one of 3 regulators, Federal Reserve, OCC, and FDIC. And I think that they need to understand that they are one of 3. And then the third is the institution itself, which I think is what President Trump has been focused on quite a bit too.
After you do this process, how many names are you going to give to the president, and when does he start those in-person interviews?
Yeah, we don't have a timeline by putting Stephen Byron in that gives us more time. And again, I want to cast a wide net. The president's very open-minded. Before he chose Jay Powell, Janet Yellen was interviewed. John Taylor was interviewed. 2 of them couldn't have been more different. So they were under consideration.
All right, that was U.S. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent speaking with Bloomberg Television hosts Jonathan Farrell and Anne Marie Borgern talking about interest rate policy as well as replacing members on the Fed, including chairman going forward. We want to bring in Ira Jersey, Chief U.S. Interest Rate Strategist, Bloomberg Intelligence. He's down there, safely ensconced in Princeton, New Jersey. Ira, Secretary Bessent in that interview this morning talked about, 50 basis point cut in September, but that's just the beginning. Maybe 150, 175 basis points when all is said and done. Does the data anywhere suggest any kinds of moves like that at the moment, or do we have to wait?
Well, it doesn't yet, Paul, and but at the end of the day, if we continue to have this weak labor data and inflation doesn't accelerate at all, then you can easily see 150 to 175 basis points of cuts. In fact, that's what we have kind of penciled into our thinking. When it starts is less important than where the Fed ultimately gets to, and the market keeps pricing for the Fed to cut about 100 basis points. But if they cut 150 or 175 basis points, then they can wind up seeing a deeper market reaction, right? Because right now the market is priced perfectly for that 100 basis points of cuts over the course of the next year to 18 months. Again, if they go down to 2.5% instead of 3%, that changes the dynamics of how the Treasury yield curve would react, and quite frankly, how risk assets might also perform.
All right, is that 175 basis point cut too aggressive?
Well, I think 175 basis point cut, it really depends on the economic situation at the time, right? So there is this worry, fear among a lot of market participants that if the economy stays okay but not great, as I can think that you can couch the current environment, if we stay in the steady state that we are today, and the Fed were to cut 150 to 175
Yes, nei, pluss på shortman fra går og
that would potentially steepen the yield curve pretty significantly. So even though Secretary Bessent, he mentioned this morning about wanting to get 10-year yields lower, and that part of that was cutting the Fed funds rate, and historically that's true. But if the market expects longer-term inflation to go up, you could actually see what we call a twist steepening of the yield. Short-term interest rates go down, long-term interest rates go up, and in that situation, you might actually get something that the Treasury Secretary doesn't want, and that would be higher interest rates for longer-term debt. But keep in mind, things like the 10-year yield are what affect mortgage rates. There's a lot of other corporate debt and CapEx that gets funded at
Fy faen, så Nasdaq, da.
Yeah, mortgage rates, by the way, not. Ira, if September is 25, let's put it this way, would 50 be a mistake? Would it signal that, something might be wrong with this economy?
Well, we don't know yet. I think given all of the data that's come in, I would not be surprised at all. In fact, we now 25 basis points. You have to see, I think, the weak job number as well as the August CPI report to cut more than 25 basis points. Remember, they did that a year ago, so it's not possible, certainly. But I suspect that they would be a little bit more cautious this time, and because remember last year they did that 50 basis point cut, and as soon as they cut, you started to see the September, October, November data that turned around, and the economy got better. So you had like this summer slowdown in the economy, which reversed very quickly, and I think they might be concerned about that. Interestingly, who
Driter.
for that December, January, so Steve Aaron, but he might not be there for the Secretary just wanted on the TV, and I think that's important. I'm not on the list, so at least that I've got involved in the list, so it's not me. But with all those 11 people, we could see a few new members for next year. Presumably they're more dovish, so I think it will have at least a dovish tone out of the Fed, even if they don't deliver.
All right, well, we're looking at the data. There are implications here, and kind of not really shown up yet. Is how the Fed move forward in terms of their thoughts on easing rates?
Yeah, there is, you know, a lot of us are thinking that basically everywhere along the supply chain we see some impact of the tariffs. So, and you have, right, so things like margin contraction, you've seen, both suppliers as well as, shippers and wholesalers all take a little bit
Og foreldrar fra meg sa sånn, ja, jeg skulle ønske at det var en plan for neste år, det skal bli bra. De fant han og overdratt snarere. Så var det hyggelig. Ikke så mye kunne de gjerne kunne ned den faen.
Ny low på Nasdaq, Nvidia ned 2%, tar litt mer gevinst her snart. Gull kommer til å røre på så snart, det tar bare tid før folk skjønner det. Dollaren fortsetter å svekke seg.
But then plummet back down to around 0.5% for CPI in a year's time. You know, everyone's still thinking that this is very temporary.
Right, but Ira, if it's not really showing up in the CPI inflation report, where do you expect to see the impact of tariffs actually be shown?
Yeah, in margins. So, and I think that tomorrow's PPI report could show that, right? So basically, intermediate goods, import prices, you know, those are the areas where you're going to start to see the effect. So even though it doesn't show up at the consumer level, which is really what the Federal Reserve cares about, they care about what consumer prices are, but you could wind up seeing margin contraction. So one of the things
Tok gevinst på Nasdaqen nå.
PPI and CPI because that often is a margin in over the course of a couple of quarters. So watch tomorrow's number and we'll have to compare core goods prices and PPI versus core goods prices and CPI and see if there's a widening gap there or a narrowing gap. And if it's a narrowing gap, then that means that margins are going to probably contract over the next quarter or two.
Right. Ira, thanks so much. Always appreciate getting a few minutes of your time. Ira Jersey, Chief U.S. Interest Rate Strategist for Bloomberg Intelligence, coming to us from Princeton. Coming up, we're going to check in with Brian Hefty, co-host of Ag PhD TV and Radio. He's the CEO of Hefty Seed Company. We're going to get the latest on what's happening with U.S. farmers out there. How are they doing out there? And what are the new trends that are impacting their business? So that'll be interesting. Anwar Braun is going to join us as well. Bloomberg Intelligence technology analyst on this 4-week rally. Sputters is saying, I build out costs and why didn't losses here. So easy on this AI. Hello, that. All coming up. Yes.
Kjøpte ut med en gull her nå. Kjøpte gull her nå på 3,57. Jeg mistet nettet igjen, som det ser ut som. Så kjøpte jeg nettopp gull på 57. Sitter rolig. Her er penger. Shorter litt mer Nasdaq her nå også. Jeg er opp. Hitter intra, så jeg er opp 5000. $5,000 hitter i dag.
Headlines and breaking news 24 hours a day.
Hvis ikke jeg får nett snart, så må jeg logge av, for det her går jo ikke. Jeg hører jo ikke noen nyheter, ingenting. Alt forsvinner hele tiden. Det henger seg hele tiden. Jeg blir kicka ut hele tiden. Er det noe man kan se hvor kjapt PC-en er, eller et eller annet? Det er kliss nye PC-er og sånn.
10-year 4.22%, 2-year 3.6%. Spot gold advancing 0.3%, 33.56 the ounce. West Texas Intermediate crude down 1.2%, 62.44 on WTI, and Bitcoin at 120,535 on Bitcoin, up now by about 310. So 1%. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent says the U.S. is open to discussing with China the use of NVIDIA chips, saying revenue from the NVIDIA arrangement could go to pay down debt. Piper Sandler, meanwhile, raising the target on NVIDIA to $225 from $180. Current price on NVIDIA is $180 a share, down today by 1.6%. Coming up after the close of trading, Cisco down now by 0.5%.
NVIDIA ble nettopp oppgradert.
Bloomberg Business Flash. All right, Charlie Bell, thank you so much. We appreciate that. Norma Linda Pulse from you live here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker studio in Midtown Manhattan, streaming live on YouTube as well. Well, the only time I get to ask the question, how's a U.S. farmer doing? It's usually when we're talking to somebody from like, Deere, Caterpillar, something like that, the people who make all the equipment for. But we want to go right to the source. Boy, we have a source on the ground. Brian Hefty, he's a co-host of Ag PhD TV and Radio, and CEO of Hefty Seed Company, coming to us from the Hefty Farm, which is located near Baltic, South Dakota, which is about 10 miles from Sioux Falls, South Dakota. And he sent me a Zoom map. Man, there is nothing but farm out there. Holy cow.
Look at his background.
I
I'm loving
know,
it.
it's awesome. Brian, thank you so much for joining us here. We really appreciate you taking the time. You were referred to me as somebody who's just the expert on kind of give us a sense of how things are going out there on the farm. So give us a sense, Brian, how is the U.S. farmer doing these days?
Well, first of all, one of the things you didn't mention is we do farm. We farm about 3,500 crop acres. And I would just say right now, the farm economy is not real great, mainly because commodity prices aren't good. They haven't been good for the last couple of years. We've had rising costs as farmers, and so we're struggling a little bit. But the flip side of that is we're doing, as farmers, a phenomenal job producing food for our growing world. We might have a record crop this year. In the United States, I think a lot of people forget this, we have the cheapest, safest, most abundant food supply in the world. So, I mean, from that respect, farmers doing great, but yet financially, not the best right now.
Brian, are tariffs filtering into any of those increases and costs that you're seeing that you just cited?
Not a lot, but I mean, there's so much going on with this whole trade thing. One day markets go way up, the next day they go down. So it's more impact on the markets in the short term. But as far as our costs, the biggest thing would be some crop protection products, maybe up just a little bit because of that, but not much. Fertilizer is really the biggest thing right now that's gone up a lot. But I mean, honestly, we source a lot of the phosphorus right from here in the United States. And we're at not record high or anything, but it's really high, especially in relation to the corn price right now. So no, tariffs haven't had an enormous impact to date, but obviously we as farmers are very concerned about international trade. It has a huge impact on our commodity prices.
Brian, Matt from New Jersey mails in with a simple question, till or no till? I have no idea what that means, but I suspect you do.
I definitely do. We've done both. We've done everything on our farm. But anyway, it's basically, are you going to run over your fields and stir in all the residue into the soil? So we as farmers often talk about turning the ground black. So basically tilling under, working under that residue that we have. And so years ago, we had no other way to control weeds, insects, or diseases other than with tillage. Oh, and prepare a good seed bed too. Thanks to modern technology, we don't have to do tillage, but the advantage to doing tillage is the soil warms up more quickly. The disadvantage is it's going to be more prone to erosion. Now, one of the things that concerns a lot of just non-farmers out there is they get worried about pesticides. And I would say, yeah, when we reduce tillage, we have to use more pesticides. But the good news is a lot of the dangerous pesticides, they're off the market today. A lot of things we're using now are what we call more natural alternatives. So for example, the most popular herbicide in the United States, or one of the most, it comes from a tree. The most popular insecticide, it comes from the chrysanthemum flower. So we've got a lot of these things where they're derived from nature, much, much safer to human beings. And I feel great because we work with these things every day. People talk about safety to food and everything else. Well, don't forget, as farmers, we're the ones who have to work with pesticides. So we're not doing dumb things. We're not using products that are super crazy dangerous or anything like that. Just a lot of misconceptions out there.
Are there any concerns in terms of changes in the climate? Is that affecting you at all as a U.S. farmer?
No, we believe what's going on with climate is mainly cyclical, but I will say this. I'm from South Dakota. My dad was originally a farmer from Iowa, 50 years ago, moved here. And at that time, they weren't really raising a lot of summer crops. And what I mean by that is crops that grow all through the summer and all into the fall. There was a lot of small grain that was produced. Those are spring crops, and they get harvested in the middle of the summer. So then there was nothing growing for a while. Well, when you talk about climate change, the biggest thing a lot of people want is less carbon dioxide in the air. We can do that with more plants and having more stuff growing longer during the growing season. And because of that, we have more humidity now in our region than we've ever had before because of these summer crops. So, there's some little changes like that, but otherwise, no, I'm not worried about climate change as a general statement, not impacting farmers.
Brian, your top line obviously has depended a large part on just kind of where commodity prices are, not much you can do there. How about on the cost side? How's the cost of running your farm and for the average U.S. farmer, how's that kind of changed over the years?
Well, equipment's a lot more expensive, but the technology is good to go along with it. Seed is a lot more expensive. I mean, way more expensive, but we have a lot better seed genetics. The cost of just labor in general, much, much higher. I don't like the fact that interest costs are as high as they are right now. Granted, historically, they aren't like the highest level ever or anything, but I loved it for a long time when we had super cheap interest because me, just like every other farmer out there, we borrow lots of money. So if we can get those interest rates down even another 1 or 2%, wow, that would make a huge difference on the cost side. So yes, our costs are dramatically higher than they used to be, but that's part of modern life.
All right, Brian, thanks so much for taking the time. Really appreciate it. We learned a lot there. Brian Hefty, he's co-host of Ag PhD TV and Radio, CEO of Hefty Seed Company, and he also farms 3,500 acres out there in Baltic, South Dakota. Appreciate getting a little bit of his time. Let's go from farming to technology. Why not? We can do that here at Bloomberg Intelligence Radio. Anurag Rana joins us here as a tech analyst from Bloomberg Intelligence. CoreWeave. Anurag, we've been talking about CoreWeave today. I need a better understanding. Just give me the DES function kind of definition, basic definition, what CoreWeave does and what's going on with the news.
So in the most simplistic way, they're renting up GPUs for people who are, looking for anywhere to run their AI workloads. That could be training of the models, or that could be, the inference workloads from the applications that you're running. So very simple business model. They are a partner with NVIDIA. NVIDIA has also invested there. They buy their chips, they put it in a data center, and people, rent it out from them.
So when I look at the stock performance for CoreWeave, of course, we know it IPO'd back in late March. We're seeing shares that are up about 200%. But I want to know, why is there this conversation about the rally sputtering out? What's really weighing on the stock here?
So when you look at it, you go back to March when the IPO was coming up, it was actually very poorly received. One could argue it was underpriced because not looking at the growth prospects of the company, focused more on the capital expenditure and the expense and the loss, and they had to go out to debt markets to issue. So that was the sentiment back then. And suddenly within a 2-3 month period, all of that evaporated and the stock went up to 160 or so. What we are seeing as of last night is fundamentals are strong. They're still getting a lot of bookings, people using their cloud,
but everybody's now suddenly again worried about interest expense and, capital expenditure and so forth. And that's the growing pain I think this company will have to endure, being a public in public markets, because, you could do that as a private company, but very difficult. People will get excited and people will, worry about one thing or the other at one point.
All right, I have to ask Anurag just about what we saw yesterday about, refresh my memory on this whole Google Chrome thing. Who's put a bid out there?
Right.
Can you give us some background on that? Just kind of jump on
Please,
this.
you need to know.
What do you know?
Yeah,
And I did a terrible job asking that question, so just tell us what the news is.
So what's happening is there is, again, the DOJ case that's happening with Google and the whole decision, argument of trying to break it up and why Chrome is a monopoly in the whole thing. Perplexity, on the other hand, is also a AI search product. And one way they can gain a lot of users if they have the ability to control Chrome. But frankly speaking, I mean, if you look at, some of the paperwork that was filed as part of the DOJ case, that product is probably worth north of $50 billion. And I have no idea why a company that's that's probably valued at about 18 billion or so wants to buy this asset. And, it just sounds a bit, strange or a bit unusual for them to even be talking about it.
Am I the only one that didn't know that Google Chrome was up for sale?
Well, it's not. That's the
No, it is not.
It's not. It's one of the things that is this right? I'm wrong. It may be deemed a remedy that will be ordered by the judge.
It would be too harsh, but again, this is one of the hypothetical 20 things that can happen. But at the same time, I mean, I'm just making this up. Google may decide, what, shareholders, you can have this as a separate company altogether. That would be so much more powerful, with Gemini and all that stuff. But again, from our experts, we don't think that's going to happen or on the table. But yes, it is expected, or in the long laundry list of things that can happen. This is one of the things that people have talked about.
All right. I mean, we're going to selling off pieces of Google. I didn't have that on my people. I'll have to wait and see what the judge has to say on the remedies there. Anurag Rana, technology analyst, Bloomberg Intelligence, joining us there. CoreWeave shares falling, like 18, 19%. Disappointing earnings outlook, margin pressures, rapid AI expansion, data centers, all that kind of stuff. It's, as Anurag suggested, maybe it's just growing pains for a company that's growing rapidly, and for a stock that's just skyrocketed since its IPO. Maybe a buying opportunity to see what the sell side comes back with in terms of their recommendations. Looking at the market here, holding on to some gains here, no doubt, but a little bit lower levels, but still S&P, we're higher here, about 0.2%. Nasdaq's up about 1/10 of 1% here. Looking at the Bloomberg Dollar Index, falling here today. It's been around 1,200 even there. So the dollar not rebounding, staying at or near its lower levels. We'll have more coming up. This is Bloomberg Morning.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day. Bloomberg.com, Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is the Bloomberg Business Flash.
Looking on Wall Street, we can check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We got the NASDAQ 100 index just turning negative. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ are all advancing. In fact, we're looking at records right now on the S&P and the NASDAQ Composite Index. S&P up another 9, 64.54. That is a gain of 0.1%. Traders kept piling into bets that the Fed will soon be able to cut rates. The Dow up 325, up 0.7%. NASDAQ little changed, up under 0.1%, but keeping it all in context, we got the S&P up 0.1%. The 10-year at 4.23%, and the 2-year 3.67%. Gold up 0.2%, 33.55 the ounce, and a retreat for West Texas Intermediate crude down 1.4%, 62.23 a barrel. On the Bloomberg Talks podcast. Tesla is looking to hire someone to test its driver assistance technology on the streets of New York City, suggesting the car maker could be looking to expand its ride-hailing services to the largest American city. A new job listing in Tesla's autopilot operation seeks a driver for a prototype vehicle that would gather data for as much as 8 hours a day. Tesla shares, they're higher now by just about 0.3%. Again, recapping, stocks higher, S&P up 11 again, they're at 0.2% for on-demand news. 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News now, wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
right, Charlie Bell, thank you so much. We appreciate that. Norma Linda, Paul Sweeney live here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker studio, streaming live on YouTube as well. But you know what I'm doing? I'm finding myself doing or joins us. He's the Chief Financial Officer. The company's name is NYIAX. It trades on the NASDAQ NYAX. Market cap about 1.6 billion. Stock's up about 47% year to date. They reported some numbers, I believe yesterday or today. Sagi, thanks so much for joining us here. Tell us what you guys do at NYIAX. How are you guys in that kind of self-service space in the fintech space?
Good morning. So we are actually the global leader in payment and management solution for the unattended market. And what does it mean, unattended? It's really the vending machine, massage chair, EV chargers, when it's just you in front of the machine. There's no cashier in between. And in fact, if you bought a drink in a vending machine lately at the JFK, you probably used one of our NYIAX yellow devices. So we have more than 100,000 customers. We sell our product in more than 120 countries. And we have a very simple mission statement to help our customers grow their business. What does it mean? Increase their revenue, decrease their costs, and through loyalty, create that stickiness with our customers, with their customers.
How do you stay ahead in today's fintech landscape? Of course, there's a lot of players now.
So actually,
Nvidia henter seg inn med 1% her nå. Dollaren fortsetter å svekke seg.
Not like competition. I'm talking about the payment in the unattended space. So, in fact, you know, we are the only global, as I said, player
Ja, Nijo.
in this
Hver dag.
unattended space. It's a very fragmented business and decentralized. So there's a lot of small players, and we are with our global solution, basically integrated hardware, payment, and services all together. We can bring that to the local market. It's also a very highly regulated market, so there's a lot of barriers to entry. So whether it's a regulation on payment, whether it's privacy,
And that will happen. Green
with us being there,
supercar.
we were able to overcome that. We look at ourselves as a payment company. What do you need as a payment company? You need basically three things. You need the trust, you need the scalability, and you really need the easy doing business. So from a trust perspective, we built that trust over the 20 years. We have a very strong brand. Look now for the yellow devices. You will see that everywhere. From an easy to do business with, it's a B2B2C. So we have a very, it's a high profile company. You go to, whether it's the car wash, to the vending machine, and you see us. So B2B, it's all about regulation, and we were able to overcome that. When it comes to B2C, as I said, it's in front of us, and you want that in a nanosecond to get your snack, to get your coffee. So on the scalability, this is where we are focusing, right? This is what takes time to build. And we've shown that we are using more than 80 distributors all around the world, right? So we are setting up products straight to the OEM. So when the vending machine, the massage chair, the kiddie ride are coming from the manufacturers,
Right.
it will already bring that NYIAX device.
Talk to us about the EV business, electric vehicle business. How are you guys approaching that? What is your expectation for how that business will grow for you?
So a great question. EV is definitely one of the three main growth drivers as we look into 2025 and even beyond. There's a few elements there. It can be as easy as any unattended vertical that we are already in. We're already working with the EVgo, Electrify America, Electrify Canada, where we are providing the payment device. But it can also be where we are developed the management suite, the electricity management suite that has a lot of regulation around it, and we were able to accommodate that as well. And then for small businesses, which haven't mentioned that, but most of our customers are small and medium businesses. That's where we provide the whole solution, the hardware, the management, electricity basically, as well as payment. So EV, we just signed a couple of days ago, announced the agreement with Hotel, which is a potential of 100,000 EV charging stations to be deployed in North America and also in Europe. And many other contracts like that shows the potential with the fact that we are a global company, so it can be done in France or in the state of California, and you have the same exact product all around the globe.
Are there any particular market gaps or audiences that are underserved that you're targeting right now?
So, from in the unattended space, which is the majority of our revenue today, definitely there's a place on the EV to grow, the electric vehicle chargers. Smart coolers is a very fast growing area. Parking as well. Micro markets, this is in the unattended, but we also are stepping into more of areas like, as I said, the EV charger that is beyond the payment, or even the retail. What we've learned over the 20 years that we're doing business with small businesses is that they're still in the attendant, inside the store, inside right the whatever it is that you're selling. There's not a good product for those small businesses, and we are, as we speak, extending that into other countries as well.
Sagit, thanks for joining us. Really appreciate speaking with you. Learned a lot there. Sagit Manor, Chief Financial Officer. The company's name is Nayax, and trades on the NASDAQ. NYAX is the ticker. They're based, Israeli based company. So really cool. Stocks up 47% year to date. So when you swipe your card,
right,
maybe an EV, or you're gonna buy something at the airport, or
vending machine,
boom, now you know.
Laundromat.
The folks doing it, but interesting business. I was wondering what the
on and on.
technology.
Dr. Gold er bare gull. Jeg skal trene masse Nasdaq på den andre kontoen.
S&P's up about 0.2%. The Dow's up 350 points. That's 0.8%.
Må bare ha litt mer volum. Så skal det gå fint. Nå begynner gull å røre på seg igjen. Fortsatt short Nasdaq. Der kommer Nasdaq ned, tar gevinst igjen på nytt nå. Hvis han ikke bryter videre ned da.
You're listening to Bloomberg Intelligence with Paul Sweeney on Bloomberg Radio.
Ja, nå går alt i rett i USA. Da gidder jeg ikke ta gevinsten nå.
And do it to the max, if they call it back to like the 90s. The stock right now is $70.96. It's almost back to that March 2000 all-time high, almost back. And we're going to hear from Cisco after the close here tonight. Woo Jin Ho covers the stock. He's a senior tech analyst at Bloomberg Intelligence. Woo Jin, give us the
Og gjennom 23,823 Nasdaq.
stock. It's up another 20% this year. It's trying to get back to those 2000 all-time high.
I will tell you, I think some Cisco investors are partying like if it's 1999. So a couple of things. I do expect them to beat expectations going into the print, but the key to the call is going to be the outlook. Right now, there's a 4-6% long-term guidance range for fiscal 26 and 27. I do expect them to bracket that at the very least. If anything, quite frankly, there might be some room for some modest upside at least for the first quarter to get them a good start for 2026.
Well, I do know that you say that EPS risks still exist here, especially given the uncertainty on how rates will evolve. Can you speak a bit more about that and how that pertains to Cisco?
Yeah, so Nora, there is a couple of potential EPS headwinds, but I think they are somewhat de-risked. The tariff has always been an overhang for a lot of the hardware companies. A couple of things to keep in mind with Cisco, they're probably one of the better ones that handle the tariff situation as it relates to communicating to investors. A lot of the potential tariff headwinds were already baked into their guidance. And if anything, the tariff situation is a little bit better than we had anticipated. So there is some room for upside to EPS as it relates to the results as well as the outlook.
What's the bull case? What's the bull case for Cisco right now?
Yeah, there's actually a couple of really good bull cases. I know everyone is very interested on the AI story. The AI story is, it is going to be a tailwind. There are a couple of optical providers that have provided issued some positive outlooks, and Cisco is involved in that area, and that should drive a little bit of incremental growth. That's driving some positivity. But there's this massive upgrade cycle for the core networking business that's going to start ramping up over
Så gull bryter oppover.
2-year upgrade cycle. That could help drive some upward growth. The new products is going to also drive security sales, which is more software related and have incremental growth as well as margins.
Looking at some commentary from Barclays, the analyst there saying that from this earnings report, they're really looking to management to speak more about customer spend. Is that a pressing issue for you as well? Is that something you need to see?
Yeah, and for a long time I've been covering business since 2008. A couple of things from a Cisco perspective, we always look at order growth and small medium businesses order growth. Roughly 50% of sales is exposed to the small medium enterprises, and that is a barometer of the overall IT spending environment. Quite frankly, that hasn't let down based on some of the earnings that have already reported so far. And as the 800-pound gorilla, I do expect that Cisco is going to benefit as well.
So overall, stepping back, what do you and the other folks on the BI tech team, what's your view of just kind of total tech spend over the next year or two? There seems to be some economic uncertainty out there, not in the stock market hitting all-time highs, but there seems to be some economic uncertainty out there. How's that get reflected in tech spending?
Yeah, I'll be frank with you, Paul.
Tror du gull går opp da? Ja, mye mer.
Struggling personally in terms of
Mye mer. Det bare folk er syke i huet. Må kjøpe noe mer, eller en meter med brus.
Potentially winding down because of the macro headwinds and cautiousness of the global economy. That doesn't seem to have materialized as of yet. I don't know if we've started to see that, or if the corporate decision makers have finally decided, hey, the macro is holding up better than we thought after all, that we have all these modernization projects, not directly to AI, but related to AI, that we need to upgrade our existing hardware to help support it. Now, there are pockets of weakness. Don't get me wrong. I'm muted on the PC market as it relates to some of the companies that I covered, Dell as well as HP. But at the end of the day, enterprise IT seems to be holding firm.
Is there, just super quickly here, are the current valuations justified here when we look at tech more largely?
Yeah, well, look, it's a tale of two worlds. If we back out AI, which are at astronomical levels, I mean, Arista's trading at about 45 times, and there are a couple of AI names that are trading around 50, 60 times. Then there are some valid tailwinds there, because at the end of the day, the revenue expectations are fairly high, and you hope that earnings can catch up to it. But if we back up the AI area and just core enterprise, valuations are reasonable.
Woo-Jin Ho, thank you so much. We appreciate that. Which is the senior technology analyst, Bloomberg Intelligence, coming to us from Princeton, talking to us about Cisco, going to report earnings after the close here tonight. All right, for our listeners in the U.S., a reminder, you can listen to us via satellite radio on Sirius XM channel 121. Access the world's only global audio business network, coast to coast, 24 hours a day. Stay with us. Your top stories and global business headlines are coming up right now. For Norma Linda, I'm Paul Smee. We'll be back tomorrow. This is Bloomberg.
Is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by ZipRecruiter. I'm Steve Kathan. Strong words from Ukraine's President Zelensky ahead of President Trump's Friday summit with Vladimir Putin.
I told the American president and all of our Europeans, Putin is the last.
Zelensky holding a virtual call with European leaders and President Trump, German Chancellor Merz.
The American president knows that if he wants to reach peace in Ukraine, he can rely on his European and Ukrainian partners to work on that together.
Muss mit am Tisch sitzen, sobald es dann voll wird.
Ukraine has to sit at the table.
CBS News White House correspondent Ed O'Keefe.
He wanted to consult with Zelensky and the European leaders before he took the trip to make sure they were all on the same page and an understanding of what should be discussed or perhaps broached with Putin. There's big concern across the rest of the world that the president might do or say something or negotiate something regarding Ukraine on their behalf without their permission or consultation.
At least 3 deaths are blamed on flooding in the Chattanooga, Tennessee area when a tree came down on a car with a couple and their child inside. More than 6 inches of rain overwhelming some places, prompting high water rescue. Well, President Trump has just named the new Kennedy Center honorees in his new role as chair.
The president says the honorees include
country music star, actor, and producer George Strait.
The others are Broadway and international sensation Michael Crawford, actor Sylvester Stallone, singer Gloria Gaynor, and rock band Kiss. President Trump, who fired the board of trustees at the Kennedy Center and later became chairman himself, has also teased a construction project restoring the Kennedy Center and possibly adding his name to the title. Linda Kenyon, CBS News, the White House.
Educators and parents have been debating whether boys should start kindergarten earlier or rather later than girls. CBS's Allison Key says the man who's looked into it is weighing in.
It's known as redshirting, and experts like Richard Reeves at the American Institute for Boys and Men say starting boys a year later in kindergarten at age 6 is good for them.
There are huge gender gaps in education now.
Reeves says girls are more mature than boys as young as age 5, and
one way to solve that is just give the boys a bit more time. And in a way, it's leveling the playing field.
Reeves says that helps boys close the gap in high school.
A new Gallup poll indicates about half of American adults now believe moderate drinking.
Det holder det på Dr. Goldgreen, sukker.
28% 10 years ago. Wall Street. Right now, the Dow Jones Industrial Average is up 300 points. This is CBS News.
Jeg har gull på 58 igjen snart. Bør gå mye mer.
Jaden's body in a shallow grave. State Trooper Matt Gayhart would not discuss how Jaden was killed or his mother's possible motive.
She is charged with manslaughter in the second degree, abuse of the corpse, tampering with physical evidence, and falsely reporting an incident.
Prosecutor Miranda King.
Jaden is now in good hands, and we're gonna take care of him.
Michael Wallace, CBS News. A manatee has been spotted off the coast of Massachusetts for the first time in almost a decade. Those animals usually find habitat in warmer waters. Experts who were standing by to help if needed say the manatee could become sick, starve, or die in the colder New England water. It already beached at least once. Steve Kathan, CBS.
Kom igjen, Nasdaq. Gå ned. Oi.
Live from Washington, D.C., this is Balance of Power with Joe Matthew.
President Trump goes showbiz. Welcome to the Wednesday edition as the president leaves the White House to visit the Kennedy Center today in Washington. He just showed up a short time ago to announce this year's nominees for the Kennedy Center Honors. Thanks for joining us on Balance of Power here on Bloomberg Radio, satellite radio channel 121. You can watch this right now on Bloomberg Originals or on YouTube. Search Bloomberg.
58 på gull nå.
We're going to bring you there. The president just opened the floor to questions already addressing news today. The New York Times that Russia is suspected in the hack of a federal court filing system, turning to politics and his decision to deploy National Guard troops to the streets of Washington. I suspect we'll learn a lot more. Let's put an ear on this together, live from the Kennedy Center, only on Bloomberg.
Close the border. Close the border. And that was the end of it. I didn't go back to Congress. And we're going to do this very quickly, but we're going to want extensions. I don't want to call national emergency. If I have to, I will. But I think the Republicans in Congress will approve this pretty much unanimously. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President. Would you encourage members of the press to do ride-alongs with the DC police to understand how serious this crime issue is?
Sounds, it's okay to me if they want to do it. We're going to work with the DC police. A lot of very good people in there. Not all, but a lot of very good, very, very professional. And, you know, we have a big force. I think they said 3,500. They, you know, they're always asking the mayor, who's a very nice woman, but got to do the job. You know, we've worked with the mayor for 6 months, and she's been here for many years. And the numbers are worse than ever. Don't let anyone tell you that not. And the whole statistical charts at the minute, the whole thing is a rigged deal. They got rid of the guy that, because he didn't want to do the numbers the way they wanted to, and they put their own numbers up. They said it's the best in 20 years. No, it's the worst in 20 years. But we're going to have, we're going to be very open about what we're doing. So if the media wants to ride with police, if they want to do it, if they feel it's safe, that would be okay. Yeah, please, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President. Two questions on DC, if that's okay. How do you feel about Mayor Bowser's level of cooperation and her choosing to advocate for DC statehood right now? And
Well, the statehood, let me do that. Statehood is ridiculous. We want to straighten the place out. Statehood's ridiculous. It's unacceptable. It's the Democrats want it because the Democrats have, you know, about 95% in this little area. Even I didn't get it very much. They want that. They want to pick up 2 senators, and it's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. And that's the least of the reasons why, by the way, but that's one of the reasons why. What we want to do is make Washington, D.C. the greatest, most beautiful, safest capital anywhere in the world. And that's going to happen.
I mentioned the word bones before, the bones here, the bones, we have the greatest bones. When you look at that Supreme Court building, I think it's one of the most beautiful buildings. When you look at some of the buildings here, it's so magnificent and everything's good, but it's just dirty and not properly maintained. It's not taken care of. Potholes in the roads, all of it's going to happen very quickly. We're going to seek a relatively small amount of money for fix up. We're going to put it out to bid. We have great contractors here, great road builders. We're not ripping roads apart so they're closed for 4 years as they redo the concrete bases. You don't need that. We need a beautiful topping by a very talented asphalt type person, somebody that does the job. We go out, you know, when I get contractors, I use great contractors. To me, great contractors are very special, like a great surgeon, like a great teacher, like a great nurse. A great contractor is very important. We'll only use the best, and when you put a coat of asphalt on that, 2 inches of asphalt, 3 inches of asphalt, it looks brand new. You take all the garbage off, they reseed it, as we call it, or different names, but they take the bad stuff off and they put the good stuff down. It takes not a long period of time. A matter of a few days, you'll have a beautiful, magnificent road. You fix up the curbs. You get rid of the medians in this town are just horrible. You know, you're riding around, I think for myself, leaders come from foreign countries. You see, I live with leaders all the time. They're from, they came in from India recently and from everywhere. They came in from a war that we just ended, Azerbaijan, you know that, Armenia. We just ended the war. The 2 leaders came in. One of them said, "My country looks better. The roads are better than," you know, we were talking about it. I said, "What do you think?" He said, "Well, the roads are better."
Han prater om at han har redda Aserbajdsjan.
It's embarrassing. And I was asked at the last press conference, they said to me, "How important is it? You're doing world peace. We're going to Friday to Alaska, meeting with President Putin, Russia. How important is it the capital is a place?" It's very, very important. I told my father, said to me, when you see a restaurant and you want to go and you want to have dinner,
Gull er snart 59 nå.
go to the front door and it's dirty. Turn around and go back because the kitchen's dirty. It's the same thing with the capital of the United States of America. If it's dirty and unsafe, it sets a bad tone for the rest of the world. So we're not going to do that. We're going to have this capital fixed up, safe, clean, and beautiful in a very short period of time. Go ahead, please. In the back, yeah, please.
Mr. President, how were your calls this morning with European leaders, and was it your call not to invite President Zelensky to your meeting with Putin?
No, just the opposite. No. We had a very good call. He was on the call. President Zelensky was on the call. I would rate it a 10, you know, very, very friendly. I know the leaders because I was at NATO, as you know. I took it from 2% to 5%, 2% that wasn't paid, 5% that is paid, which is trillions of dollars in defense capability. No, it was always going to be, I was going to meet with President Putin, and then after that, I'm going to call the leaders and President Zelensky.
Snart 60 nå på Gull.
And then I'll call probably in that order the leaders. There's a very good chance that we're going to have a second meeting, which will be more productive than the first, because the first is I'm going to find out where we are, what we're doing. Again, this is Biden's war. This isn't my war. He got us into this thing. It should have never happened. This war would have never happened to our president. But it is what it is, and I'm here to fix it. And I'm here to stop 6,000, 7,000 people last week. 7,213 people last week were killed, mostly soldiers. But missiles being lobbed into towns don't exactly help either. But mostly soldiers. And Ukrainian and Russian, they're not American soldiers, but you know, if we can save a lot of lives, it would be a great thing. I've stopped 5 wars in the last 6 months. And on top of that, we wiped out the nuclear capability of Iran, obliterated it. It's turned out to be a correct word, by the way, because, you know, some of the press said, well, maybe it wasn't obliteration. It was obliteration. We're going to meet with, I would say the second meeting, if the first one goes okay, we'll have a quick second one. I would like to do it almost immediately. And we'll have a quick second meeting between President Putin and President Zelensky and myself, if they'd like to have me there, And that would be a meeting where maybe it could be absolutely work, but the first meeting will not work that out. But certain great things can be gained in the first. It's going to be a very important meeting, but it's setting the table for the second meeting. I think the second meeting, if the second meeting takes place, now there may be no second meeting, because if I feel that it's not appropriate to have it because I didn't get the answers that we have to have, then we're not going to have a second meeting. I didn't ask you. Go ahead, please, the rest of the address.
I just wanted to thank you, Mr. President. What how involved were you in the selection process of these honorees?
I would say I was about 98% involved. No, they all went through me. They came over, Rick, Sergio, and everybody. They said, I turned down plenty. They were too woke. I had a couple of wokesters. No, we have great people. This is very different than it used to be. Very different. These are great people, and they're not. I don't have any idea the Republican kids. They were people that the Kennedy Center has everything. Look at the Academy Awards. It gets lousy ratings now. It's all woke. All they do is talk about how much they hate Trump. But nobody likes that. They don't watch anymore. They used to have 45 million people watching. But remember The Apprentice, first season. The Apprentice had 42 million people. The Academy Awards had 41 million people. We were the second show to the Super Bowl. But since then, the Academy Awards have gone down to, I think they've gone down to numbers that are like a regular show. Because it went, well, we're not doing it for that reason. We're doing it because we want the great talent. But these are great people. So I was just a very long answer, but I was very involved.
President, the Biden administration was auctioning off border wall materials, but we're hearing now that the auctioneer is selling those materials back. Are you finishing building the wall?
Well, I built hundreds of miles of wall, and I was getting very close. I actually finished the wall, but then I added another 200 miles because when you do the original wall that I said I was going to build, which I got built, and I got into the specifications of the Border Patrol and ICE, the exact, they wanted steel, they wanted concrete inside, they wanted rebar inside that, they wanted it to have wires. The walls are wired for, all of the internet stuff and security things. And we built it hundreds of miles. We did great. That's one of the reasons even now we're able to have such good numbers at zero, essentially very little people coming in. But Biden, I voted for another 200 miles. I was going to do another 200 because it's the way it is. And we're all set to do it. Then we had the bad election result. The horrible what happened to our country, what they've allowed to happen to our country. And we are taking now that wall back. They sold the wall. Now this is expensive stuff. Hardened steel are expensive. 9,000 pound concrete and rebar. Rebar is very expensive. The hardest rebar. No, is very hard to cut. You have different materials. It's very hard to cut because they cut it down if they can. It's very hard to cut. And Biden sold it for pennies on the dollar. 3 cents on the dollar, 4 cents on the dollar. He sold it. And I said, these guys really don't want that. That was when I first realized, when I saw the wall was being put up, because we could have finished the rest of the wall in about 4 weeks, anywhere from 3 to 4 weeks. It was all set to go. It was laying down, ready to be put up. The foundations were, and they took over. And they said, we're going to sell the wall. And they sold it, as you know, for pennies on the dollar. Well,
Fy faen, det er flaut å høre på han.
Working very hard, suing that company, and I think they reached a settlement where we're taking the wall back. But they stole the wall from us. That wall is so expensive to build, and we had, hundreds of miles of it. And they came along and they basically sold it for scrap. And what a shame that is. But that was when I first realized that these people actually want to have open borders. And no country has poor countries don't have open borders. No, we had open borders. Where people just didn't matter what they looked like, who they were. We had 11,888 murders.
Se på gul.
Half of whom killed more than one person. Literally killed more than one person. And
This is what we took into our country. So the wall is the least of it, but we're gonna take the wall back. We're paying a small amount of money, as I understand it, to get it back, to get rid of the litigation. We'll take it back, we'll put it up. Yeah. Go ahead, in the back, please.
I want to take it back to the Kennedy Center if I can, just for a second, Mr. President. Sure. From what I understand, the Les Mis show exceeded everyone's expectations. Attendance, revenue, across the board.
Correct.
Do you anticipate future shows to basically do the same?
I don't think that. Now, that's called a question, okay? He's a great reporter, actually. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Yeah, it did great. Les Mis did great, broke records, and it was sold out and beautiful. And we anticipate a lot of that happening. There's a thirst for it. And especially when the crime is knocked out. You know, when we knock out crime, some people probably stay away from places like restaurants and other things. It ruins your whole fabric. It ruins your country. And when somebody thinks they have about a 25% chance of getting mugged, they say, let's not go to restaurants tonight. We're going to make it so that they have no chance of getting mugged. And it's going to happen soon. And yeah, we think we're going to have a lot of very successful evenings here, please.
Consequences if Biden does not agree to stop the war after your meeting on Friday.
Yes, they will.
What would the
There will be
consequences?
consequences. There will be, I don't have to say, there will be very severe consequences, yes. Yeah, please.
May I ask you a question about the?
Right next to you, please, yeah.
About the.
My friend, too late. He's too late.
You're considering Fred, suing Jay Powell. Can you update us on your thinking about that and tell us like where you are in your search for a new chair?
Well, he took a building that could have been painted and fixed, like we're gonna fix this building for very little money. And that was in better shape. He took a building and what they did to that building, they built a basement under the building. It didn't have a basement. This is simple to understand. The building is right next to a thing called the Potomac River. The beautiful Potomac River. That means lots of water. And the water is right under the building. And they decided to build a basement under the building in the Potomac River. So in order to do that, you need the biggest pumps that God ever created. And they were pumping their hearts out. But as big as those pumps are, you can't pump it fast enough because it's not Potomac River. If the pump were bigger than this room, you couldn't pump it. But they tried, and they've been building a basement. And I said, why did you want to build a basement? I thought it would be
Ta gevinst på Nasdaq var det øyeblikk igjen.
a basement is the least valuable floor in a building. I know it's hard about real estate. The least valuable thing is the basement. You don't build a basement under a building that is 2 feet above the river that's right next door. Yeah, it's right near the river. People don't realize the river's right out their window. And that's the beginning. They did just a terrible job. Instead of, I could take a ceiling like this, they'd rip out the ceiling because they see it cracked. Let's rip out the ceiling. And I would fix the crack and I would paint the ceiling. And under the ceiling, they put the most incredible protective material. They go up by 3/4
Deilig, 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 deilig.
3/4 inch plywood and sheetrock, hardened sheetrock. And they had it all over the building. So if a little piece of flake came down, but the problem is when they took the ceiling down and it would hit, they spent millions of dollars on protective material that you didn't have to spend anything. He could have done that job for $25 million and they spent $3.1 billion. He said 2.7, but it's really 3.1. They just don't want to include one of the buildings in the deal. But it's going to be much more than that. And I think he'll be long gone by the time it finishes because they've got a long way to go. And then I hear they want to hire 3,000 economists. What are they going to do? And he got it all wrong. He's too late. We call him Jerome Too Late Bell. Will live with him forever. I believe that name will live with him forever, along with the name Pocahontas and some of the others. He worked closely with Pocahontas, by the way. She's another beauty. But we have a real problem there. They're way over budget. And they did a job that shouldn't have been done. It was unnecessary to be done. Instead of
I could have gotten the greatest wallpaper anywhere in the world from the finest stores in the world. I could have fixed up a wall a little bit. It would have taken about 2 hours and covered it with the most magnificent silk and most magnificent paper for thousands of dollars as opposed to tens of millions of dollars. What a shame it is that they did. But they would take down areas of the building that shouldn't have been taken down. They could have literally been painted. So they've got a long way to go. And I think it's just grossly incompetent, but not quite as incompetent as his decision not to do interest rates, take down interest rates, because just like they shouldn't have taken down a ceiling, they should take down interest rates. Every point costs us $360 billion a year. Think of that, $360 billion for 1 point. And we should be down at 1% because we're the leader of the world. We were always the lowest interest rate until like a certain time ago, decade. But we rose because we were the United States of America. So even if the country was run badly, we were considered like to be super prime. And now he's got us in a bad place. So we're paying $360 billion a year for each point. Now, I believe we should be 3 or 4 points lower. So that's over $1 trillion we pay every year in interest. And it's really just a paper calculation. You sign a document and you save almost $1 trillion because that number equates very much to the bonds that we have to buy. But despite that, we're powering through it. And we have the greatest economy maybe we've ever had. But the housing sector, people aren't able to get good mortgages that pay too much because of Jerome Tule Powell. He's truly incompetent. And we'll be making another, we put a very good man in temporarily in the one spot because one of the people that was appointed by the Democrats left early. And I heard left because that person wanted lower interest rates. And I heard quit, but I have no idea. I'm sure she won't say that. I'll be naming a new chairman sometime within the next, I think I'll name it a little bit early, the new chairman. I'm down to 3 or 4 names, all good, all great. The problem is you name them and then they turn out to be not good. That's happened to me a couple of times. You name somebody, they tell you everything you want to hear, and then they go in and they turn out to be not good. I mean, he told me everything that I thought was appropriate. He turned out to be a stiff, real stiff. But other than that, I think he's doing a very good job, yes. Okay, maybe 1 or 2 more. 1 or 2 more. Yes, sir, please. Go ahead. Mr. President, Scott Bessent. Are you the Treasury Secretary?
You don't want me to treasury.
I don't know. You look like you could do a good job. Go ahead.
Keep my family budget okay. Sir, when you meet with Vladimir Putin Friday,
yeah,
do you believe you can convince him to stop targeting civilians in Ukraine?
Well, I'll tell you what, I've had that conversation with him. I've had a lot of good conversations with him. Then I go home and I see that a rocket hit a nursing home or a rocket hit an apartment building and people are laying dead in the street. So I guess the answer to that is no, because I've had this
Det
conversation.
hengt seg hele år, og alt låser seg.
It's fighting war,
Alt
but I want to end it.
stopper, alt stopper den. Får ikke slått muset på ingenting. Nå har det noen timer. Men vi må ha to PC-er. Jeg snakker med Nils også, altså du må ha 2. Da får Nils å kjøre på en PC da. Det ikke gjøre det nå. Vi må bare fylle. Ja, men da har vi en på streamen og en som jeg kan trede, ikke sant? For nå så For sånn det nå, så når jeg closer en trade nå, så kan det ta opp til 2 sekunder fra han reagerer. Vi trenger ikke gjøre det nå. Vi kan gjøre det til uka.
Trump haters, and they said I did nothing wrong. They couldn't believe, they couldn't find anything after years of investigation. It was all a hoax. It was a hoax created by the Democrats, but in particular Schiff, Crooked Hillary, the whole thing. Now we've learned all the stuff.
Ja, jeg helt enveik, det vet jeg at det Men det bare, alt bare låser seg, så det går så tregt. Jeg får ikke scalpa sånn. trykker, og så går det 1, 2, 3, så går. Og så låser den seg, og så funker ikke musa, og så fryser alt seg, og så...
Sjekker hvor mye du bruker. Sjekker på oppgavebehandling.
Her.
Trykk på ytelse. Alle bruker 100%. Alle bruker 100%.
Jeg bruker 100%. Det er derfor det ikke funker, da.
For mange grafer, tydeligvis.
Jeg visste at det var noe sånt. Hvor er det står ytelse? Der.
Prosessoren på 90 var på 100 her nå.
Ja, den er på 100. Og da er det ikke rart...
Ramen eller minnet, da har du mer noe enn prosessoren.
Og da er det ikke rart det stopper opp? Ja, det er det som er forklaringen.
Du sier en ekstra PC, eller kjøper en bedre
Men vi har den ene PC-en som har under her, eller den andre. Ja. Hvis du bruker den til for eksempel nyheter, og så den andre på streamer. Eller noe sånt da.
Du må ha noen grafer på den.
Ok, jeg kan ha 1 eller 2 grafer.
Det er alle de grafene som tar så mye.
Ok. Skjønner.
Her er jo liksom alle de tallene her. Oppdaterer seg hele tiden, det bruker vi.
Ikke sant? For det er bare, alt bare henger seg hele tiden, men da er ikke det så rart da, hvis det er maks utnyttelse på prosessor.
Said very good chance we'll have a second meeting. It was not my call, interestingly. He said it was not my call to leave Zelensky out of the meeting, suggesting that it was Vladimir Putin's call. Second meeting would be more productive, he said, which would presumably include Vladimir Zelensky. May not have a second meeting if I don't get the answers.
Er vi heldige nå, så kommer Nasdaq på ny low. Oi, dette.
Details on what's actually going to happen on Friday, as the president will be meeting Vladimir Putin at an airbase.
Han var nede og testet. Faen, altså.
In Anchorage on Friday. We're still waiting for a TikTok from the White House, but we finally have a venue. And we also have an earful from European leaders who are very concerned that lines are going to be frozen in place. I'd say Nick Wadham is with us, and it's been a while. He was in the national great to see you now that we've gotten away through the news conference. How is this going to look? Do these guys get an airplane hangar? Will there be interpreters? How do we expect the route to
Hvordan ser du prosessoren nå? Hvor har du ser den? Hvor trykker du på?
Setter alt litt.
It's a pretty big base. They've certainly got sufficient facilities to do this thing. And you know, the big question we'll be trying to answer is how long are they going to talk? And all afternoon thing is
Er det der?
quick meeting.
Ja, ytelse, den. Hjelper ikke, vet du. Ja, det var helt krisestad. Ikke noe funka.
And then we'll have to see. We are expecting I'm almost certain there will be a press conference from the president. Will he go up there with Vladimir Putin? Hard to imagine he would do that. But
well, there was a phone call this morning. I'd love to hear what you know about this with European leaders. I believe this was organized by the Chancellor of Germany, Volodymyr Zelensky, I should say, was on this call, and they actually appeared alongside the Chancellor and Zelensky after the call with Trump. They're worried about outcomes without their involvement. What's the message?
Well, the big one is the question of land or swap. So when you saw the readouts from this meeting from Emmanuel Macron,
Dollar strekker seg.
there's a real insistence.
Kan fort gjøre $10 til på gull.
It's a ceasefire, and we are not going to see any sort of agreement over land swaps, and that can't be done without Ukraine's participation anyway. When you sort of read between the lines here, it feels a lot like the Europeans are trying to stake the U.S. to a position it's unclear that President Trump has. He has openly said he thinks land swaps
Så han må bare droppe ned her, og så gikk han rett opp igjen til 23,800. Han må bare bryte ned.
Essentially try to give away the store in this meeting. Whether he can actually do that with Volodymyr Zelensky, not there is no question. But certainly,
Ja, på brød nede og rundstykker og sånn.
Really is.
Donald Trump told Zelensky and the leaders on this call that his goal, one of his goals, is to get a ceasefire in this meeting. Is that what we're setting the bar here? Because it seems like White House was walking back expectations the last couple of days.
They have been walking back expectations essentially, and you have seen this before in their sort of messaging where they say, President Trump's the only guy who can fix this. He needs to get in a room with Vladimir Putin, stare into his eyes, stare him down, and come out with a big deal. And then they come out and say, well, actually, no, this is sort of a feel-out meeting, which is the words that President Trump has used. And now you're hearing, as you mentioned, what he's saying today, it's okay, we'll do this meeting and then we'll do another meeting. So it's really unclear what he can actually get from this. Whether that bothers him is another question. You remember back when he met Kim Jong-un in North Korea, he was perfectly willing to walk out of that meeting and say, no deal, we're done. But I think right now, certainly the expectation is that this is going to be talks about future talks. And he is not going to be able to secure an agreement from Vladimir Putin on a ceasefire without extensive follow-up. We have had several conversations where Russia agrees to a certain type of ceasefire, a maritime ceasefire, a limited one, or one where, air defenses, things like that. But I think, he may hope that Vladimir Putin comes out of this and says, okay, guns are going to go silent. But it seems extremely unlikely.
Really interesting. We've only got about 30 seconds left here. Nick, this is a day trip for the president. It's going to be a quick meeting, or do they go in there and come out hours later?
Well, I mean, I think he's likely to go at least for a couple of hours. He's got to do his press conference, though, and then, he does not want to spend the night in Alaska. So I don't think this is going to be one of those long, hard slogs you've seen sometimes in past meetings.
We're going to go into overtime with you for a minute because you're Nick Wadhams. And we have news from overnight. The fighting continues to rage here. Vladimir Putin is actually advancing as we walk up to this meeting here. Zelensky said at least 531 Russian troops were killed Monday. At least 18 Ukrainian troops confirmed killed. 240 wounded, 79 declared missing. What's actually happening on the ground?
Well, I mean, this is one of the big questions that hangs over this thing, which is what incentive does Vladimir Putin actually have to halt the fighting when things are going in his direction? His troops continue to advance as the U.S. has throttled back its support for Ukraine. Ukraine's position has become increasingly tenuous. In the long game, the expectation was always that given its greater numbers and larger military, Russia would, in a grinding war of attrition, win, simply because it has more forces that it can expend than that Ukraine doesn't have. So the question always has been, okay, you're going to get in a room with him. Why would Vladimir Putin agree to stop when things are sort of in his favor right now? And so far, that's just a question that President Trump has not been able to answer.
On top of the fact that he's not adhered to prior agreements, which is how we got here today, of course. What is Vladimir Putin's mood going into this? Because the reporting is that he feels like he's already got a win by sitting down in person and he's being lauded at home. Is that true? Or the headlines?
Right. I mean, what he wants is to make this an argument or a standoff between the U.S. and Russia. He essentially wants to keep Ukraine sidelined. He's incredibly frustrated about this idea from the Biden administration of nothing about Ukraine without Ukraine. They always made sure that Zelensky took the lead. You were never going to see him sidelined. But when Trump gets into a room with Vladimir Putin, the concern from a lot of experts is, well, listen, he is essentially undercutting Zelensky's position and making it impossible, because if Zelensky does or says something that makes Trump mad, you can be darn sure that Trump is going to put a lot of pressure on Zelensky's. And that's exactly where Putin wants Trump's focus to be, sort of negative energy, pressure on Zelensky, and not necessarily.
It's a big headline a couple of weeks ago when the Netherlands stood up to be the first to buy or pay for U.S. weapons to be used in Ukraine. Have there been other nations? Is there another package coming, or was that kind of a one-off?
No, I mean, that is sort of essentially the arrangement that NATO is making now, that they're going to be trying to buy these U.S. weapons. But, the question you have, and the concern from within the Trump administration, is if they sell these weapons, yes, that could be advantageous for Ukraine, but they also don't want, in some ways, to upset Vladimir Putin. So they don't want to have a situation where, they have said repeatedly, hey, we don't want to boost sanctions. We don't want to keep antagonizing Vladimir Putin because we want to lure him to the table. So it's sort of a carrot approach with Putin, whereas the Biden administration used the stick approach. Okay, we're going to keep those weapons and keep the military pressure on, because they believe that was the only way to compel Putin to the table.
Remember when Donald Trump was at the Vatican and met with Zelensky? Famous picture of the two of them. Two chairs knee to knee. I say they put two chairs right down on the runway at this airbase, so they don't have to put them in a hangar, right?
It's cold up there. Well,
It's gonna be in the 60s. I was just gonna say this. We looked at the forecast. Nice time to be in Alaska, which I suspect you
how
will.
many hours of sunlight? Yeah.
Maybe not too many, but he's gonna be back by bedtime that night.
He will be. So that, I mean, and that is the question we all have. How much can you actually do
on a day trip to
on
Alaska?
a day trip to Alaska? Especially when you don't really have a lot of subject matter experts. I mean, it's really going to be Trump in there. This is not going to be, they're not going to come out of this with a detailed 50-page agreement.
Yes.
With all the T's crossed and the I's dotted, details on specific territory and things like that. So it raises the question, is that in the offing next, or are we sort of headed down yet again another rabbit hole that just results in broken promises and
better chance maybe for him to regroup. We're going to have a late night, or at least a late afternoon here on Friday, and I hope you'll be with us on Bloomberg Radio. I suspect you will be in the newsroom with the full reporting forces of Bloomberg, and we'll have folks on the ground in Alaska as well. Bloomberg's Anne-Marie Bordern will be traveling with the president. So stay with us as we learn more about timing. We're going to walk you through all of this live coming up on Friday. Nick Wadhams, thank you. As always, runs our national security team here in Washington. We're going to assemble our panel next. There are big questions about whether Democrats are about to head back home in Texas. We'll talk redistricting and maybe take a look at this new lineup of Kennedy Center honorees. They said they didn't even know Trump was coming today at the Kennedy Center. He just picked him. Sylvester Stallone made out pretty well. So did Kiss. But we turn to Wall Street first. Let's get to the markets. We haven't heard from Charlie Pellet next. It looks pretty good with green on the street. Charlie, what do you have?
Indeed, we got records for the S&P, NASDAQ. However, we are well off session highs right now. 4-point gain on the S&P 500 index on this Wednesday. Up now at 64.50. An advance of under 0.1%. The Dow up 313, up by about 0.7%. NASDAQ also at a record up 2 points now. A little change, so has been swinging between gains and losses. Indeed, the NASDAQ 100 index in the red, lower little change down under 0.1%. The 10-year 4.23% with a 2-year that's currently yielding 3.67%. Spot gold up $10 the ounce, 33.58. That is a gain right now of just about 0.3%. And West Texas Intermediate crude oil WTI down 1.7%, 62.11 per barrel of WTI. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent has been calling for a 50 basis point interest rate cut after this week's CPI. In a one-on-one conversation with Bloomberg Surveillance this morning, Bessent said that could be the start of a new rate cutting cycle.
We should probably be 150, 175 basis points lower. So, I think the committee needs to step back.
Secretary Bessent says he also agrees with President Trump's too late nickname for Jay Powell because the Fed has been too data dependent. By the way, to hear more of that conversation, the full conversation with Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent on the Bloomberg Fox podcast. And speaking of Jay Powell, President Trump, you heard the announcement here on Bloomberg Radio saying he will be naming a replacement for Jay Powell a little bit early. Now, speaking to reporters at the Kennedy Center, he told us, quote, he is down to 3 or 4 names, adding, quote, all good, all great. We're keeping an eye open for shares of Bullish, BLSH on the ticker symbol. They are now indicated to open at between $85 and $88 a piece. That IPO price, $37 a share. Bullish, backed by Peter Thiel, it is a crypto exchange. Again, recapping, NASDAQ just turning negative, down under 0.1%. S&P up by 0.1%. I'm Charlie Pellet. Balance and Power continues now. Back to go to Washington. Once again, your host, here is Joe Matthew.
Yes, sir. The showbiz capital of America today, Charlie. How about it? President Trump at the Kennedy Center a little while ago at the honorees. As chosen up guess by him. He just came up with his own favorites there. It's good for Sly Stallone and a couple of others. Gloria Gaynor. We'll talk more about that a little bit later on. He says he's going to make the building look more beautiful than ever. And more importantly, let's not bury the lead. Donald Trump says he's going to host the award ceremony himself. Back on stage here in Washington. I wonder what James Talarico is thinking right now. He's been living up in Chicago for a couple of weeks. I have to be honest, pretty nice place to be, right? They've been up there in Evanston, spending time with J.B. Pritzker. instead of being in Texas, where a special legislative session was called by the governor to handle a number of things, including redrawing the congressional map. If you've been with us here on Balance of Power, you've heard us talk a lot about this. Democrats said, no, we're not going to do this. In fact, we're going to break quorum by leaving the state, preventing Republicans from moving forward with the process. Everyone, including folks like Rep. Talarico, who is a Democrat from Texas, talked to us about this, suggested that they realized the outcome may not change. They wanted to slow this process down, give Republicans a chance to back up and maybe change their minds. That doesn't appear to be the case. At some point, well, people need to go home. And so as I read on the terminal, Democratic lawmakers from Texas say they are considering their options today. They made a report that they could return to the state as soon as this weekend. Republican Governor Greg Abbott has pledged to call session after session. He said the day they get back, I'll call the next one for this redistricting proposal. And the whole point here, as endorsed by President Trump, is to create 5 new Republican seats in the state of Texas. And you don't need me to walk through this whole thing. Maybe you heard of Gavin Newsom, who's standing by in California to do the very same thing, essentially daring Texas to move forward. Look at this on Twitter from the governor of California. Final warning, Donald Trump. This, by the way, all caps, taking a page out of the book. Maybe the most important warning in history, exclamation point. Stop cheating, or California will redraw the maps. And guess who will announce it this week, question mark. Gavin Newsom. Many say the most loved and handsome governor and a very powerful team. Don't make us do it. Triple exclamation point. Full trolling going on as we assemble our political panel today. Adam Hodge is back with us, Democratic strategist, managing director at Bully Pulpit, and Lisa Camuso Miller, Republican strategist, former comms director at the RNC, host of the Friday Reporter podcast. It's great to see you both. Adam, did you tell Gavin Newsom how to speak to Trump online?
Well, but he's certainly taken a page out of Trump's book there. And I'm sure his social media team also having some fun with it as well. Look, they are been very clear what the stakes are and what California is prepared to do. But I think what you've seen over the last few days is Democrats across the country saying we're not going to just wait for Texas to act. That we see the writing on the wall. We're just going to go ahead and move forward with the process wherever we can. And I think this race to the bottom is actually a real detriment to the broader democracy.
Det funker. Det bare går litt i røkk om opp.
There's no question the Democrats have made the decision. We're not going to unilaterally resolve that. We have as much stake in the shape of the democracy. And if this is the way the landscape is, we're going to play ball and look to take action regardless of what happens in Texas.
Well, here we are, Lisa. They're going to hold a news conference, I guess, 2:30 Eastern time, so about 2 hours from now, maybe a little bit less. The lawmakers who are in Illinois, and they're going to join up with their Indiana counterparts here, 2:30. I guess we might learn more. But there's reporting as well. ABC News reporting members are assessing strategies in a private meeting to make decisions about future plans currently. Texas Republicans say they're ready to go as soon as Friday with the next legislative session, according to the Washington Post. I'm just compiling everything that I see here. So are they going to caravan back to Texas this week or what?
It feels like they will because they're talking about vacating those seats, right? And so they all have an obligation. And I certainly think that they don't want to be excused from the conversation. So what's going to have to happen is they're going to go back. And then I think Adam's point is very good. We have a two-party system in this country. And so thereby the Democrats have every right to get into the fight and figure out how to gain those 5 seats back in other places where this is a possibility. This, luckily, is the way that democracy works.
Hver gang Nasdaq prøver seg på ny bunn, så går Apple opp. Nvidia er ned 2%, og Microsoft er ned 0,65%. Alphabet er ned. Alt er ned. Apple er opp 1,5%. Og blir saksøkt av Elon Musk. Gir null mening. Og har tjent mye penger i dag da, på å gå short. Og gull kommer litt oppover enn her nå, kommer til å gå mer antagelig. Dollar fortsetter å falle. De der småjokene dere ser er gevinstsikringer, og folk selger på nivåer. 62,6 er et nivå, 73,75 er et nivå, 90 er et nivå, 400 er et nivå, og 50 er et nivå. Så hver gang det kommer litt, så begynner folk å selge for meg nervøse, ikke sant? De skjønner jo ingenting. De bare ser på teknisk, og det er motstandere, liksom.
Men de skjønner jo ikke en dritt. Hadde du skjønt noe, så hadde du kjøpt mer gull.
It's even possible in a state like Texas.
Så hadde du skjønt hva faen som skjer. Nå ramler han Nasdaq.
Actually went to a judge yesterday to request that Beto O'Rourke be put in prison for violating an order, he said, not to fundraise for Democrats.
Om jeg vurderer om jeg skal ta mer gevinst, eller om Nasdaq skal droppe videre. Det er Apple som bekymrer meg, for Apple faller ikke hardt. Apple bør falt mye mer. Den kan nå holde indeksen oppe, vet du. Se her nå, vi er nede og snuser på day low.
Further illuminates for the rest of the country just how ridiculous the actions that the members of the Texas legislation, the governor, are. And the voters of Texas are clearly understanding that they're actually doing this at the behest of leaders in Washington.
Stopper opp på 23,800.
Take orders from other states. I know that's something they pride themselves on their independence.
Der er det en vegg som man bryter igjennom, så er liksom spørsmålet, skal jeg ta gevinst der på 23,800, for vi vet at den stopper der. Jeg skal bare holde posisjonen, for det skal videre ned. Jeg holder posisjonen. Og gull går opp og tester 60 igjen. Det er motstand på 62 og 60, man må bryte 62 for at det skal gå videre. Der ligger folk og selger og selger og selger og selger. Yes, nå skal vi bryte den her. Nasdaq kan droppe ganske mye faktisk. $100 rett ned. 100 poeng. Så der ja. Der ja. Kom igjen. Kom igjen. Kom igjen.
With a whole range of other voters that probably weren't paying attention to this issue going forward. So I think you're right, careful what you wish for. This could very much blow up.
Jeg er opp nesten 6,000 på Nasdaq-shorten.
Is it possible to overreach in red Texas in this case, Lisa?
I don't know, Joe. I mean, there's...
Der ja. Kom ned, motherfucker.
In a way that really, maybe not going to tip the scales, but certainly will be the kind of thing that I think other states will pay attention to. And there are plenty of other surrounding states that don't necessarily behave and operate in that manner that very well could backlash against the party. Maybe not in Texas, but certainly in the midterm.
Bryt nå ned da. Og Apple skal ikke gå opp nå. Apple skal gå ned. Bare tull. Dollaren fortsetter å falle. Jeg gir meg ikke. Jeg vet det er rett.
Maybe there's a realignment happening, but there's an equally good chance that it's not happening. And that the backlash to the policies in the administration that aren't actually lowering costs, that were seen as the highest rated issue among Hispanic voters in Texas last year, could boomerang back and Democrats may find themselves in more competitive landscape.
Nvidia ned 2%. Amazon er opp 1,22%. Bare tull, bare tull. Tariffen spiser marginene deres. Den skal også ned. Bare tull, eller hva? Gull går opp og tester 60 igjen. Jeg gleder meg når markedet begynner å bli normalt igjen, sånn at man faktisk kan gi det gass. Nå bare går man og venter på bevegelsene, for folk, de som trader nå skjønner jo ikke noe. De fleste som har peiling nå, de gjør ikke noe, de sitter bare i cash og venter. De flinkeste gutta i byen nå, de gjør ingenting. De bare sitter og venter med masse cash. Nei, Trump kommer til å bli satt på plass lenge før det. Jeg er helt overbevist om. Den økonomien han driver roter med nå, kommer til å bite ned i ræva om et halvt år. Bare vent og se. Så kommer alle til å si, du sa at inflasjonen var på vei ned. Du sa at tariffen ikke skulle ødelegge eksporten og importen vår. Du sa at ikke det skulle skje. Og så kommer det til å stå der bare, wrong numbers. Kommer til å bite ned i ræva. Vent og se. 100%. 100%.
Who was for a very long time in charge of the Miss America pageant, and he has been a showman his entire life. This is the crown jewel for someone who wants to be seen as a patron of the arts and seen as someone who's involved in these kinds of decisions. And so that's not.
Dollar begynner å falle igjen. Se her nå, nå kommer Nasdaq videre ned.
In making those choices, making those decisions. But I also think too, Joe, that I would like to know more about how those decisions.
I know, Alex.
I'm sure that he had a say in some of these decisions. Some of these are very well deserved.
I'm not arguing with that at all. Adam, what do you think? What would the world of Camelot, what would Jack Keogh have thought of Kiss performing at the Kennedy Center for this honor?
Well, look, one, I think my invitation is going to make it lost in the mail. Lucy, you may be more lucky.
You're a VIP.
Yes, very VIP, no question about it. I think, look, he's the apprentice president. He is the showman. He loves TV, and you know, I think with each of these issues, with each of the people that were picked, yeah, you can't really argue with a lot. I mean, you know, Sly's a huge global star. You know, I mean, I love his movies. Love, you know, from the you know, Rocky and on, you know, to you know, all of them. I mean, there's a real Kiss is a global band. I mean, you can't really quibble with the folks who he's picked. I think the show maybe leave a lot of people to be desired. You know, I mean, I haven't watched Apprentice recently, but that didn't quite do it for me back then. I don't know if the Kennedy Center honors with Trump as the chair didn't do it either.
Listen, they had the Grateful Dead there last year, right? Or they honored the Grateful Dead, whoever's left, Lisa, so why not Kiss? Last year was Francis Ford Coppola honoring Grateful Dead. Show will be broadcast later on CBS.
Jo, Gull burde reagere positivt nå.
As we rock and roll all night and party every day here on Balance of Power. Stay with us. We've got a lot more to follow. Get your rock hands out. Hour 2 of Balance of Power is on the way. Live from Washington. Oh.
Er det så varmt? Hva? Opp 6000 hittil. Fy faen, ble kalt med en gang. Og du holdt på med å prate om hun der jævla kjæringa. Det så sykt tvangstanker, altså. Greia er at jeg kan ta gevinst nå, ikke sant? For han er under 23.800 her nå, men hvis han smeller ned her nå, så går han ned 100 poeng til, ikke sant, Nasdaq? Så jeg er liksom jævlig usikker. Skal jeg ta gevinst nå? Skal jeg være med videre ned? Hva skal jeg gjøre for noe? Oi, nå begynner Apple å falle også.
Ting jeg har lært, er at det er bedre å ta gevinst på Nasdaq.
En ting jeg også har lært i mange år, det går alltid mer opp enn det du tror, og det går alltid mer ned enn det du tror. For folk er tjukke i huet. Hvis det først begynner å falle nå, så tenker jeg at folk tenker «Oh shit, selv det er på all time high!» Så får det draget ned. Hva er det jeg håper? Det er på all time high, og økonomien er jo faen ikke så bra. Se, nå kommer gull.
Slutt å bruke den drittplattformen, ikke? Så fuck Hvilken shitcast-plattform?
Hvilken plattform bruker jeg? TV er scam, kukain. Fitte helvete, vekk med det.
Jævlig bra, men veldig høy risiko til. Å trade med 5 og 10 kontrakter på en konto på 5000 er...
Det hadde vi aldri gjort. Oi, ny low på ny low på Nasdaq.
Nasdaq?
Nå er 1000 til. Yes, nå er 1000 kroner til. Nå kommer sikkert gult til å sprette opp. Hvis noen er fornuftig da.
Du kan gjøre en greie, da skal jeg ta og logge.
Skulle du logge på Nasdaq? Ja, vær så god. Han har ikke brutt ned ennå. Har du lader, eller? Gjør du lade den skiten her? Du har kommet da? Ja, det går ikke å hive saktere enn det der. Funker den her da? Vi må kjøpe en ny sånn. Det var smart. Men vi kan jo stikke og kjøpe en sånn lader. Vi har en lader som bruker felles alle sammen. Det er deg og meg når jeg sier alle sammen. Ingen andre. Så du hater mennesker. Nå kan du gule litt opp igjen her.
With insights later this hour, Republican Congressman Troy Downing of Montana serves on the Financial Services Committee. We'll get into Friday's meeting as well, a high-stakes session, one-on-one between President Trump and Vladimir Putin. Coming up, Jennifer Kavanaugh as the military analyst at Defense Priorities will be with us here as well. And it's all after a look at Wall Street. Let's update the Wednesday trade right now with Charlie Pellet in New York. He's got the latest.
Thank you very much, Joe Matthew. We got NASDAQ in the red right now, down 19. We're trading from a record down 1/10 to 1%. S&P 500 index. Trading right now, the S&P 500 index. 1/10 to 1%. Emphasis on the change there. That was industrial, 300 now up by about 0.7 of 1%. Traders keep piling in the bets that the Fed will be cutting rates soon. Bond yields sinking as stocks hold near records. We've got the 10-year at 4.23%, 2-year 3.68%. Spot gold up $10.
Jeg bare sier det, de som kjøper Nasdaq her. Nei, men hør da, de som kjøper Nasdaq her, oppe på de nivåene her. Det er sånn som kommer til å miste alle pengene seg. Han har baller. Jeg har baller.
Han følger deg på koppen over Nei, jeg mener
$89 to $90, raising that number. We are looking at the firm that is backed by Peter Thiel. Initially, the IPO price was $37 a share, but again, indications to open $89 to $90. Company announced back in 2021 that it was planning to go public with a special purpose acquisition company. Bullish, by the way, counts former NYSE president Tom Farley.
Jeg må stikke trening på det. Jeg er så godt i gang med treninga.
Just getting word that Bullish is now open by 151% as we watch that stock. BLSA jump. The ticker again. Bullish has started trading right now at $94 a share, up by 156%. For on-demand deals, 24 hours a day.
Ja, det er dritbra hva du snakker om. Jeg hører.
The breaking word, as always. Charlie, thank you so much. Bullish on ELSH under terminal. This is the first member trading that's underway.
Ja, ikke kom til meg og bli sur hvis du blåser masse penger nå.
Up 175% at almost $103 a share. Bullish opening at $90. Remembering the IPO price was $37 a share. So this is a pretty remarkable move right off the top here. Another crypto name here, Bullish, a crypto exchange and news provider, as they're calling it, with an enormous amount of demand here. This had initially been a roughly $20 million share offer with an expected price of as low as $28. It grew to 30 million shares, and you've seen what's happened to the price here. 30 million shares set to raise about $1 billion at 37. This thing is absolutely off and running. We're going to be talking with Bloomberg's Mike Regan when he gets to the studio here, because I'm guessing that his hair is blown back a little bit by this. This is the company that we've been talking about quite a bit lately that's had financial backing from Peter Thiel, as Charlie Pellet just mentioned.
Den vil liksom ikke under 23,800 her. Men den skal ned litt.
Bullish begins trading right now, following the incredible demand that we saw, for instance, for Circle, the stablecoin issuer, which saw its IPO take off in June. We also saw a very successful IPO from CoreWeave getting into the AI space, although that's been a bit lower today following CoreWeave's quarterly earnings here. Looking back to the tape, just to watch this thing take off a little bit here, it looks like we've got a trading halt in Bullish. You've seen that as well, James. Trading halts at $102.44. This is something that's just happening. Only a couple of moments that you trade here, so we're going to be talking a lot more about this with Mike Regan. Pretty remarkable to see the new issues market open up the way that it has over the past couple of months, and it brings us back to the whole conversation here in Washington at the beginning of the Trump term about so-called animal spirits. Just the day after watching Goldman Sachs hit an all-time high, it reminds us of how important this component of the market was that they've gone for so many years following COVID and so on. If you're watching your terminal right now, BLSH with the trading halt to Bloomberg's Mike Regan is with us in the world's headquarters in New York. What do you make of this most recent news here? We've gone off for about a minute. Mike, got all hit at just over $102.
Yeah, pretty amazing, Joe. I mean, considering this IPO priced at $37, so almost tripling here from that offering price on the first print. It is kind of to be expected that there, no pun intended, a lot of bullishness for these crypto IPOs. I mean, we saw Circle, the stablecoin operator earlier in the year, jumping about 169% on its first day. Figma, not a crypto play, but more of an AI play on its IPO. It was up 250% on its first day. So clearly, the market sentiment right now is just so risk on for the entire market. And that is really just getting put through a magnifying glass for these IPOs, especially these sort of buzzy of the moment industries like crypto and AI. So pretty remarkable opening for sure.
Well, that is for sure. I was just mentioning Goldman Sachs.
Bullish. En aksje som driver med AI. Tror jeg det var opp 200% på det høyeste dag etter å ha hentet inn $1 milliard i IPO. Hallo. Hallo. Skal vi trene?
Okay. And get back to thinking that we'll get maybe 2 interest
Ja, men det går fint. Hva trener du da?
Interest rate cuts by the Fed this
Ok,
year.
da trener jeg brystet, og så tar vi den morgenen for.
Still a little hot, but not as hot as people.
Ja, jeg er med på det. Greit, ha det.
Saw for July, it's kind of all combining for this really.
Ok, 1, 2, 3. Og så
Du kaster ikke hånda mi engang.
det går ikke an å hive noe hånda i. Kjøper du en avstakk, eller? Ja, for den tror jeg du får rett inni
Jeg er så farlig.
analen din, for å si det sånn.
Vi får en for sånn, nå betyr det.
Det gjør jeg jo.
Men kan jeg ta et bilde?
Ta et bilde. Flytte meg? Ok.
Og så må du fjerne kameraet.
I'm not sure if
Skal jeg
the
flytte meg?
exact.
Er det liksom noen som sitter her?
Given that is.
Shut up. Kan du få alt?
Nei, du er dritpen. Hva er problemet?
Jeg skal bare gå bakfra.
From the city. Besides that, oh, okay, here Bullish has just started trading again, so back up.
Smart, ja. Så tar du den.
Yeah, stand by for another trade.
Faen, så smart du er. Faen, jeg.
But yeah.
Å, det var fart. Å, fy faen, se, det er så ekkelt.
Det er ikke noe ekkelt. Det var...
Du skal filme, hvorfor fungerer
Hvorfor
det
jeg
ikke?
filmer? Ok, skal jeg
Det
trykke?
er veldig.
Ok, hvordan er det?
Det er et bilde bare, finn en fin vinkel.
Ja. Voldsomt da.
Kan jeg se?
Nei, klar.
Og så får jeg se.
Nei!
Det er et bilde, Joakim.
Ja, klar for det. Klar for det. Oi, det er bare...
Bullish
my
not
God.
real no will never change in the US.
Jeg ser litt på et lille der.
Ser du det er dårlig lys? Det her er bra.
Sier du at man skal ned igjennom
Kan du bare filme?
trusa?
Kan du filme fra den vinkelen?
Ja, det er litt lavt bakfra, det. Er du klar? Fløy. Gå.
205%. Like really think so
Ikke
much.
kom med tapet ditt, da.
Urelatert med tap som faen.
Ja.
Sånn er det bare.
Men fikk du... Jeg kan ha...
Bullish off
Skal vi se.
running on Wall Street.
Tok du ikke med meg?
Nei.
Hele poenget var jo...
Washington forward
Nei.
Hvor er det der?
not just names of new issues, but names of candidates.
Å, fy fader, så ræva. En gang til litt lenger unna, er du snill.
Hæ?
En gang til, og så prøv litt lenger unna.
Jeg er klar.
Jeg er klar.
Josh Woodrow, when he was at the Kennedy Center, talking about the likes of Kiss and Sylvester Stallone, he did get to this matter, suggesting that
Ok. Var det bra? Og så et bilde. Nei, jeg kan ta bilde.
people start asking a lot of questions.
Oi, den var deilig når man tok den av.
Ja, det var helt fantastisk.
So let's do that right now. With Bloomberg's Michael McKee, he's with us live from New York. With some pretty familiar names here, Mike. This is kind of like a party at your house. Rick Reeder, David Zerbos, Larry Lindsey.
Oi, jeg
On
vil ha
top
med
of the
flere.
names that we've heard, of course, the Christopher
Hvorfor har du
Wallace,
den oppe i det hele tatt? For å se på poengene?
Kevin Hassett. Is the White House trying
Det er det
to
som
just
duger
keep
til.
us talking, looking at a different
Nå må jeg følge med. Nå kommer han altså til å falle.
Nei!
Jo.
Fordi jeg er sånn.
Har ikke noe å si. Har ikke noe å si når det er long eller short eller hva faen. Gjør det det? Se på Nasdaq nå. Kommer ned, så kommer gull opp. Jo da. Så sier alle, hvorfor faller gull? Faller ikke. Det er ikke vitssikring. Det er ikke vitssikring. Se Nasdaq kommer til å falle. Nå kommer Nasdaq til å falle så jævlig så hard. Den kommer til å falle så jævlig ned til 23.700. Nei, det kommer ikke til å bli all time high lenger nå. Nei, det gjør ikke det. Det kommer til å falle som faen. Og så kommer alle til å si, hvorfor faller vi? Hvorfor går vi ikke bare oppover? Skal vi ikke alltid gå oppover? Skal vi ikke gå opp på dårlige netter? Skal vi ikke gå opp på bra? Skal vi ikke bare alltid gå opp? Nei, 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 nei. Det er ikke sånn det funker. Det er ikke sånn det funker.
Seriously, take the Kevins, who've been talking about forever, Hassett.
Gull skal til all time high. Kommer til å presse opp som et helvete av alt som heter rentekurs. Og disse stablecoinsene.
Just keep getting added to the list, and some of them you don't think are really serious. Philip Jefferson.
Stoppa igjen på 23.800. Ja.
Put it that way. He's a well-respected economist, Fed vice chair, but he's not an uber dove, and he's not somebody who wants to shake up the Fed. So I'm not sure what they're talking about there. You know, and it's kind of hard to know why you go back to look
Crypto exchange bullish.
a Fed governor in the 1990s. He was actually the first Fed official I ever interviewed when I came on the beat. But he's been around for a very long time. David Zerbos, if you know David, he doesn't fit the image, shall we say, of a Fed chair. Rick Reeder is a good name, but I have no idea if he'd be interested in anything like that. They don't take a pretty big pay cut.
You know, this job, did I see the name Donald J. Trump was on the list?
I have not seen that. It was floated by some in the administration. But yes, it was. The problem is the Federal Reserve Act says that that Fed governors cannot have any other job. So if the president would like to give up being president, he can name himself Fed chair.
Fascinating. You mentioned Scott Bessent. Boy, was that something. Every time he sits down on Bloomberg, we learn a lot. He started talking, of course, about interest rates with the idea of inflation maybe warming up, if not heating up, following that CPI yesterday. He still wants big cuts, maybe bigger than some would have expected. Michael McKee, here's what he said earlier today on Bloomberg.
We should probably be 150, 175 basis points lower. So, I think the committee needs to step back. I think probably one of the most politicized governors just went off the board.
Presumably referring to Kugler. Talking to Anne Marie and John there, why should we be at least 150 basis points lower?
Because the president would like that. Okay. That's the argument. Now, at some point,
Se på gul nå.
Neither holding back or stimulating the economy. But right now, with inflation above 3%, they're not going to do that. They want to mitigate against inflation, and that will mitigate against any kind of cut like that. Now, the Fed might cut rates in September, but if they do, it's going to be 25 basis points. It's not going to be 175. Now, over the course of the next year through 2026, you could get there if the economy keeps improving, or it gets really bad, whichever one. But right now, that's kind of out of bounds. There are 7 models that economists and central bankers use to try to figure out what the interest rate should be, and none of them basically are under 4% at this point.
Always great to spend time with you, Michael. Mr. McKee, live from World Headquarters in New York, Bloomberg's international economics and policy correspondent. Always fun to play the name game at some point. We'll get to the end of this road here with our eyes not only on what's happening with regard to the Fed, but Scott Bessent talked about a lot more, including Russia's war against Ukraine and the looming meeting, Friday's meeting, one-on-one between President Trump and Vladimir Putin. We just had a bunch of headlines just across the terminal a couple of moments ago, following President Trump's conversation with European leaders that included Volodymyr Zelensky. Zelensky appeared after that telephone meeting with the Chancellor of Germany and made some news, saying that it was a productive conversation with President Trump and European leaders, coordinating positions ahead of the meeting. They're trying to get on the same page here. They discussed possible
Se på gul da.
for future talks and meetings, and that's important. President Trump telling reporters today at the Kennedy Center that, in fact, the second meeting would likely be more productive. That this first meeting, as we heard yesterday from the White House, was more about a feeling out session to get a sense of what progress could be made as opposed to landing a peace deal in this meeting itself. Zelensky saying that President Trump proposed a call after Alaska. Scott Bessent did talk about all of this with Anne Marie and John Farrow earlier on Bloomberg surveillance. Let's listen.
Nå skal vi ned på Nasdaq. Kom igjen.
Has been thinking about this a long time. He believes, as do I, that this war never would have started if he had been president, and he is committed to ending the bloodshed, but not in any fault. Not in any fault. I think that everyone has been frustrated with President Putin. We expected that he would come to the table in a more fulsome way. It looks like he may be ready to negotiate, and we've put secondary tariffs on the Indians for buying Russian oil. And I could see if things don't go well, then sanctions or secondary tariffs could go up.
What about China? They're the main purchasers of Russian crude.
Again, I'm not going to get ahead of the president, but the president is the best at creating leverage for himself, and he will make it clear to President Putin that all options are on the table.
So sanctions can go up, or they can also be loosened.
Sanctions can go up, they can be loosened.
Snudde på 801, så har jeg snudd der nå 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. Nasdaq har snudd 22 ganger i dag.
på kurs 23 800.
And the Europeans are in the wings harping about how we should do it, what we should do it. But the Europeans need to join us in these sanctions.
Ja,
They need to.
jævla forbanna jævla apekatter, ass.
G7 and the Europeans kept talking about Senator Brown.
Ja, algoritmen er ikke noen som kjøper på det kurset der akkurat. Fort å smelle ned igjen. Nvidia rettes opp med 0,5% her.
200% tariff on China. And you know what? Everybody wanted to see what kind of shoes they were wearing.
Du kunne hatt sånn for å få på den greia der.
Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent surveillance.
Ja, nå etterpå ikke noe. Jeg må følge med det nå. Jeg må dekke meg.
He doesn't want to get ahead of the president, but we're going to try to get ahead of this meeting and understand exactly what might come from it. Senior fellow, director of military analysis at Defense Priorities, co-author of Truth and Decay, an initial exploration of the diminished and analysis in American public life. Jennifer, welcome back. It's great to see you. From your view at Defense Priorities, I'm wondering what you're expecting here, having just heard the Treasury Secretary speak about secondary sanctions. What's more likely, those sanctions to be put into effect or a peace deal to emerge from this meeting?
I think neither, actually. I think the most likely outcome here is that President Putin and President Trump spend the meeting feeling each other out, getting a sense of where each side's red lines lie. I think that the United States can learn a lot in this meeting from where Putin might be flexible in terms of making compromises. And my hope is that they come out with, number one, a plan to keep talking at high levels between Trump, Putin, and hopefully at some point Zelensky, as well as a concrete plan to have working level negotiations to start to hash out some of the details that will have to be addressed before any ceasefire or lasting settlement. So that's what I see as a really good outcome, and that's neither punishing sanctions or an end to the war.
Well, maybe it is in fact some measure. The president apparently said on his call today that he hopes to bring a ceasefire from this meeting. Could a ceasefire with Vladimir Putin be trusted?
Well, it depends what the terms of the ceasefire are and what the deal looks like. I think a ceasefire, a full ceasefire coming out of this meeting would be unlikely simply because Zelensky isn't there to participate in the discussion. It's possible that they might agree to some sort of framework deal, like that Putin agrees in principle to a ceasefire on the condition that other issues are worked out, including territorial issues, as well as issues about Western assistance, and other types of conditions that the Russians have already laid out that have stopped throughout the war. It's also possible you might see a partial ceasefire. For example, some people have floated the idea of an air ceasefire, which would limit airstrikes between the two sides, and then the continued fighting would be on the ground. And that would help both sides. Russia has experienced some costs from Ukrainian drone and missile strikes on their oil facilities, and Ukraine is certainly suffering under Russian attacks on civilian infrastructure and cities.
We finally got some details on this meeting, as I'm sure you've seen. It will be in Anchorage at the Elmendorf-Richardson Joint Base. What kind of facilities should be provided here? Do these two meet in a hangar? I keep asking the same question. I'm just wondering what the optics will be and the idea of Vladimir Putin on a U.S. military base. Pretty striking at this particular moment, isn't it?
Yeah, I agree, and I had the same sort of thought. I mean, military bases are typically pretty Spartan, and not what you normally see for these high-level meetings. However, it is also true that at the commanding general level, there are usually well-adorned conference rooms that are used for these types of high-level meetings, even among military leaders. So I'm sure that they'll be using one of these types of more high-level and rooms. But I think it is interesting that they chose the military base. Obviously, the choice of Alaska itself is an interesting one. So we'll see what it looks like.
Is this meeting flawed in its initial concept in that it's one-on-one? The president talked about maybe a trilateral the second time around, but the idea of President Zelensky waiting by the phone to hear what happened is also curious.
Well, I think that this meeting is really, as President Trump himself has said, and his staff has made clear, a chance for listening and understanding. And the United States and Russia have a bilateral relationship that is quite tense and that exists outside of what's happening in Ukraine. And I do think it's important that the two leaders meet on a bilateral at the bilateral level and try to work out some of these issues as well. I think that while the focus will be on Ukraine, it's hard to imagine that some of the bilateral issues between the two nations won't come up. And really, we see here that Zelensky has made clear he's ready for a ceasefire on acceptable terms, and he's willing to at least have negotiations and discussions. We have seen Putin has been much less willing to end this war. So if Putin is the party right now that is harder to bring to the table, it makes sense to have a one-on-one meeting and try to figure out what's required to change that. This is also the format that I think Trump is very comfortable in, these bilateral meetings with other world leaders. And so that's something that he gravitates towards. But he hasn't shown in past phone calls and interactions with Putin over the past 6 or 7 months, he hasn't given any part of Ukraine away. He hasn't sacrificed Ukraine's security or its sovereignty. So I think the idea that he's ready to serve Ukraine on a plate doesn't match up with what we've seen in the recent past.
Well, what do you make of the European counteroffer, if I can call it that? A counteroffer to reports that the lines essentially would be frozen in place. I know the president's talked about land swap, and we don't really have a sense of exactly what that means, but Vladimir Putin wants the Donbass and he wants Crimea. The European leaders on that phone call have a different idea. 1 inch for 1 inch. This doesn't sound like something that Vladimir Putin is ready to talk about, but any retreat of Ukrainian forces from Ukrainian-controlled territory would be matched inch for inch by Russia's withdrawal from occupied Ukraine.
Nvidia gikk opp med 1%, drar med seg indeksen.
I mean, it's not out of the question. The question is, what are the other terms of the ceasefire? And what are those land swaps?
Så lei den jævla aksjen her, altså.
Even if the line is frozen where the front line currently is, and that becomes the new de facto border, even if it'd be expected that there would be adjustments to that line to make sure that cities are on one side or the other, to make sure that geographic features, are taken into account. So I think that this idea of land swaps, we may not be talking about huge swaths of territory. And Russia has put forward a set of conditions. One set of conditions is this Ukrainian withdrawal from territory that it currently controls. But there's another set of conditions, another ceasefire option that Putin has put on the table, and that is freezing the conflict along the current front line. But then it comes with other conditions, including things like freezing of Western security assistance aid, limits or demobilization, which would shrink the size of Ukraine's military. So Putin has suggested some flexibility in setting out a range of terms. So we shouldn't fixate only on territory here. It's not the only issue that's at stake.
Appreciate your helping us get ready for this important meeting, Jennifer Capito. Thank you so much. The insights from Defense Priorities. I'm Joe Matthew in Washington, and we want to assemble our political panel for their take on all of this. This is a remarkable political moment. You could argue the most important meeting of Donald Trump's presidency in either term, for that matter. Lisa Camuso Miller is here, Republican strategist, former communications director at the RNC, and host of the Friday Reporter podcast, along with Bloomberg Politics contributor Adam Hodge, Democratic strategist, managing director at Bully Pulpit International. Adam, I'm going to start with you just on the nuts and bolts here. What do you make of the venue? There were questions about whether the U.S. should be a host country. Now we're going to have a U.S. military base as the venue for Vladimir Putin, a pariah on the international stage, and a man, in fact, who has an international warrant out for his arrest. How should the optics be cared for here? And when we talk about a one-on-one meeting, who's actually in the room?
Well, I think taking a step back to the president's first term, when he had his previous bilateral meeting with President Putin, shouldn't give us a whole lot of confidence that America's interests will be front and center. I think to your question about the optics, hosting the Russian president at a U.S. base sends a terrible scene to our allies, to our partners across Europe, to the Ukrainians, that we would meet and host President Putin on U.S. soil after what he's done to attack our democracy, to attack our allies and partners, and to unsettle democracies across the region. So it sends a terrible signal. Not surprised that President Trump, doesn't want to, doesn't really care about what that may mean from the chattering class or folks on cable TV. But I think it really will send a real red flag to our allies and partners in Europe, and that really matters globally.
Lisa, what's your thought on this? They're both going to meet at some point during the day on Friday at Elmendorf Richardson Joint Base in Anchorage. You don't have a lot of options in Anchorage, by the way, to find venue for these two. Who should be in the room and who will be in the room?
Well, Joe, I think Adam makes a really good point, and it's hard to know who'll be in the room. The truth of it is that the message and the visuals and all of the optics of this particular conversation are definitely one that are going to be very difficult. So I suspect that the president will be surrounded by his top leaders. And I suspect the same for Vladimir Putin, he'll be surrounded by his leadership. And this will be one that I think, regardless of how it goes, will be one that will have to be messaged very carefully. And something that I think that overall, while historic, also not incredibly encouraging, because I suspect that regardless of what happens in this meeting, Vladimir Putin's going to do exactly what Vladimir Putin wants to do. And it's been shown over and over again. The president has shared messages about how he thinks things are going to happen and what's going to happen in Ukraine, and then those change. I think the same will probably be true of this as well. I think Vladimir Putin will use it as a tool and a pawn, really, in how he messages, how he works with the White House and how he works with this administration.
Gaming expectations always been part of this. Adam, the White House have been tamping down expectations the last couple of days, saying, hey, this isn't about a peace deal here. This is a feeling out session. The president wants to know where Putin's head is. And it seems like we have a pretty good sense of where his head is. But that does not sound like what we're hearing from this call today between Trump, European leaders, and President Zelensky of Ukraine, in which Donald Trump said his goal is to arrive at a ceasefire.
Nei, nå stikker jeg til gymmet. Jeg slår Nasdaq, fuck Nasdaq og long gull. Sånn er det bare.
Across Kyiv. I mean, let's not forget Donald Trump has multiple times told people to stop firing missiles in Ukraine. Said he had a great call, and then less than 5 or 6 hours later, the missiles were launched again, and people were killed in Ukraine. So I keep my powder real dry on any expectations about a great news, because Vladimir Putin has not shown any willingness to abide by whether it's norms or just to respect Ukraine's territorial sovereignty. So my expectations are as low as they can get, unfortunately.
How about you, Lisa? What should we be looking for when these two men emerge from the meeting? We expect Donald Trump will hold some kind of a news conference or make an announcement to reporters. What will he have to say?
Well, the president likes to demonstrate wins, and so I suspect that that's precisely what we'll hear from him. But to Adam's point, I also think we need to pay very close attention to the movements that happen out of Russia beyond that conversation to see whether or not there is any progress that has been made. Also to the fact that the president is using this as an opportunity and will continue to use this as an opportunity to demonstrate he's willing to have hard conversations that Joe Biden and other presidents before him were not willing to have. I'm not so sure that matters if from that meeting nothing happens from there. But I think that, we've seen this president over and over again take a victory lap before the victory is ready to be celebrated. And I suspect that that'll be exactly what happens after this meeting occurs.
He's going to speak with European leaders afterward. And apparently he's going to do an interview. We understand. Adam, the rollout here is curious. It's a day trip to Alaska, so they're not going to be together, presumably, for all that long. If you trust the readout from each side, as we've seen in the past, the bilateral news conference, which I think after last time around, the White House would prefer not to do.
I mean, you're right there. Suffered from that press conference, where it still haunts to this day. But I think what you're seeing in this being a potential one-on-one meeting without any other staff or people in the room for the course of that meeting is, it seems like an outgrowth of what happened during the president's first term. We know that he was deeply suspicious of the professional staff listening in on his foreign leader calls. We know they've taken steps from the beginning of this administration to shield any insight from calls within the National Security Council. And I think it leaves them at a detriment. I think it leaves the rest of the US government at a detriment to have that sort of closed cloak around foreign leader conversations, because it is important for the entire government to understand exactly what was discussed and how they all then take marching orders and go from there. They all have a sense of how they need to unfold. So there's a real risk there, and I wish I had more confidence. If they had a ceasefire, great, we'll give him all the credit he deserves. But I'm deeply skeptical.
Gets to the microphones first. Sometimes that's the way these things go on the ground. You both know about this, having run media operations like this, remembering Scott Benson couldn't get to reporters before the Chinese did following the trade talks most recently. So what's it going to be, Lisa? A listening exercise, as Caroline Levitt called it yesterday, or a peace negotiation?
Boy, I mean, I think it'll probably be a listening exercise. I think the way that the perception behind the way that Vladimir Putin views this relationship and the relationship that Donald Trump holds out as his connection with the Russian leader are two very, very different things. And I think, it really feels like Vladimir Putin has the upper hand here, and Donald Trump wants to make that not look the way that it is. But to me, it seems like Putin is using Trump as a pawn in this bigger game that he's playing with the globe. And so while it's a listening session, I suspect too, as you mentioned earlier, that this is them setting the groundwork and setting really the tone for what will be just another meeting that has almost no outcome.
Joe, if I could just one
what happens on Friday. Adam, I'm sorry we're out of time against a heartbreak here, but we really appreciate the insights. Bloomberg Politics contributor Adam Hodge, Bully Pulpit International, and Lisa Caruso, former RNC communications director. I'm Joe Matthew in Washington. We'll have much more ahead as we keep our eyes on bullish, back open, up 149%. This is Bloomberg.
Markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We've got stocks trading mix. Got to begin with the bullish IPO. BLSH on the ticker. That stock right now up 150%. Went out the gate at $37 a share. Right now we got bullish at $93.99. Keeping an eye on bullish. We haven't seen circuit breakers. The Peter Thiel backed firm rising as much as 217% from its IPO price, $37 a share. Bullish, of course, the crypto exchange again, BLSH right now up by 150%. Traders keep piling into bets that the Fed will soon be cutting rates. Bond yields sinking, stocks holding their records. In fact, the S&P right now at a record up just 1 point, well off session highs, little change. We've got the Dow up 272, up 0.6. NASDAQ Composite Index lower by 7. A decline there of under 1, down to 1%. Your 10-year 4.23%, of the 2-year currently yielding 3.68%. Gold, little change, up $6 the ounce, $33.54. West Texas Intermediate crude oil down 0.8%. WTI 62.65 a barrel, and Bitcoin 121,620 up. Bitcoin right now looking at a gain for Bitcoin of 1.2%. Recapping, bullish now up by 149%. First day of trading for on demand, 24 hours a day. Subscribe to Bloomberg News now wherever you get your podcasts. Back we go to Washington once again. Your host here is Joe Mack.
All right, Charlie Pellet, thank you as ever, live from World Headquarters in New York, watching Wall Street for us as we tackle politics here in Washington. Oh, they're going to collide again in our conversation coming up with Congressman Troy Downing is also going to be with us from World Headquarters in New York. As we're playing the name game here, we've got several new names on the not-so-short list for Fed. And when you look at these names, they're reaching into the private sector in some cases here. It's kind of like a cookout at Charlie Pellet's house. Rick Reeder, David Servos, Larry Lindsay. On top of all the names that we had heard before, yes, Christopher Waller, the Kevins, Hassett, and Borsch. I see Mickey Bowman, Philip Jefferson, Mark Sutherland, and James Bullard all on this list, keeping the tongues wagging up and down the Amtrak corridor. By the way, kicking off that conversation today in the markets, the whole market stopped at 7:30 to listen to Scott Bessent. A fascinating conversation with my colleagues on Bloomberg Surveillance, Jonathan Ferro and Anne-Marie Horkern, speaking not only about the next Fed chair, but the man who was just announced only hours after he was on this broadcast, Stephen Myron, the White House chair of the Council of Economic Advisors, to fill on a temporary basis. Seems to be the plan here. The chair left vacant by Governor Kugler. The big question right now, can they get him confirmed in time for the next Fed meeting? Here's Scott Bessent from earlier today on Bloomberg.
The president has great sway with Leader Thune. Leader Thune's been a great partner during the tax deal, and I think that he would like to see Stephen, who I've known for a long time, get on there as soon as possible. So I'm hopeful about the September meeting. And Jonathan, the president's concerned about the building and those massive cost overrun, which just tell you that there is no accountability at that organization. There's no oversight in terms of the spending. But the president and I are both concerned about the foundations of the Fed. The foundations of the Fed. And, how did this happen? And why did it happen? And, how did the leadership let it happen?
When it comes to Director Myron, do you expect him to stay on past the January term that expires from Kugler's seat?
I wouldn't expect that.
So who are some names you're thinking of for Kugler's seat? Because everyone has been focused on who is going to fill the chairmanship role. Who are you thinking to fill the extra seat?
Well, Anne-Marie, we're working on the big list right now. I think it would be gonna be private sector names. So we had a series or a list of current Fed members. We're gonna have some private sector, very well respected people. And then we will get to the second seat.
Can you give us some names, a little bit of a tease? Maybe people that have been on this program?
Well, I just did tease Tony, there will be some private sector names.
Okay, when it comes to the Fed chair though, can you give us a sense of how many names you were actually thinking about?
Well, I'm gonna, in an interview, I'm gonna cast a wide net, 10, 11 people. And then there'll be a group of us who are meeting with them. And we want to talk about monetary policy. We want to talk about regulatory policy, which is very, very important because the Fed stepped, I think, big-footed the other regulators. The Fed's one of 3 regulators, Federal Reserve, OCC, and FDIC. And I think that they need to understand that they are one of 3. And then the third is the institution itself, which I think is what President Trump has been focused on quite a bit too.
After you do this process, how many names are you going to give to the president, and when does he start those in-person interviews?
We don't have a timeline by Stephen Meyer in the end that gives us more time. And again, I want to cast a wide net. The president's very open-minded. Before he chose Jay Powell, Janet Yellen was interviewed. John Taylor was interviewed. 2 of them they weren't different, so they were under consideration.
Fascinating stuff. That's the Treasury Secretary earlier today on Bloomberg surveillance. Having a little trouble with the math. 10 to 11 names going to the president, but the president said a short time ago when asked by Bloomberg's Josh Wingrove, but in fact, the search was down to 3 or 4 Fed chair picks. You saw the headline across the terminal. It says he will name a Fed chair a little bit early, which is interesting considering the timeline we're talking about here for Stephen Meyer. And let's get into all of this. Troy Downing, what a pleasure to have the Republican congressman from Montana's 2nd District in the House. He's at World Headquarters in New York and joins us live from the Fishbowl. It's great to see you, Congressman. Welcome back to Bloomberg TV and radio. How do you feel about this idea of maybe reaching into the private sector for the next Fed chair?
I think we need more of that. I think we need more private sector understanding and experience to solve problems of government. I think this administration has identified that. I think this administration has been correct on a lot of these folks. And it brings a new perspective. And I think we need that. Having somebody that has been in, I'm going to say, the real world, and not, strictly as, a regulator or a political person. I think that's powerful. I mean, my background, I came from the private sector, and then I was a regulator, now I'm a lawmaker. So I bring that experience from those different parts into what I do. And I think it's, I'm excited about this process. And I'm excited about seeing who makes it through this confirmation process.
Well, it's interesting. Some of the names that have been floated on when the president says 3 to 4, I'm assuming 2 of them are the Kevins. Hassett, Warsh, would you be happy with a Fed run by some of the names on the so-called short list right now?
Yeah, I think it'll be great. Obviously, we need to go through the process, and the president has been very thoughtful about this. His team has been very thoughtful. And then, the Senate, I'm sure, is going to, ask all the right questions to make sure that we're comfortable in that position, make that decision. But I would be very happy going through that process. I think this is a normal, necessary process. We're going to get a big upgrade in that position.
Well, your view is important here as a member of the House Financial Services Committee. Yes. This list keeps growing. Are you going to throw your hat in?
Oh, no, not for me. I've got work to do, and I'm excited about the work we are doing on financial services. But I'm excited about seeing some change there.
Jay Powell was a private sector guy at one time. He has that done, that reminds me. Look, I know you were not only in the private sector before, you were also in the military. You joined the Air Force following 9/11. You chose to deploy to Afghanistan. I think that your view on what's about to unfold on Friday is important to our viewers and listeners. Should Vladimir Putin be setting foot on a U.S. air base in Alaska?
I'm not part of that decision process. I think it's obviously unusual, but I've got to give kudos to the president. The president, you keep hearing the art of the deal, and the president knows how to get things done. And if this is the correct venue in him doing that process,
I'm very supportive. We need to see this stop. We need to see this come to an end. We need to make sure that the killing, that the war stops, and the peace there. And this is the process that the president believes is appropriate. I'm supportive of that, and I'm really hopeful to see this come to an end, because, it's just,
En
it's
hel
just what we're seeing
avtale med
happening.
å
And this, now drawn out more, and we need to see it come to an end.
Og
And I
så
really
koster
do
det
believe
ferdig.
that Donald Trump is the person who can bring this
Og
to
så koster det 1000 hvis man kan fjerne min filer, da, hvis
You know, as we always see before,
min
that's
filer
like
er sant, så
gating
kan vi fjerne.
of expectations. I
Og
don't
nå
know what
sier
yours are, if it's
Linda at
ceasefire,
vi regner på
or
priser,
just
og
kind of
det
an
blir for
agreement to
meg,
meet again this
og
week.
at vi må endre til 2000.
The
Og
White
så
House.
sa hun,
But I wanted
ja,
your
hva
thoughts
tenkte
on
du da på
secondary
løsningen, så
sanctions.
vi
Here
må
we
ha
slow down a
en
bit,
som tar.
and to make room for these talks to take place, but should countries buying Russian oil be punished for it if this goes nowhere?
I think that sanctions are a powerful tool, and I think we need to, personally keep our foot on the throttle on this. There's a bill that I have out there right now to stop Russian market manipulation in critical minerals. We produce platinum and palladium in my district, the only place in the United States of America. So we've got the Stop Russian Manipulation Act to make sure that they can't affect the commodities markets by dumping platinum and palladium into these markets. I think that that's incredibly important to, continue to
Og
be
det står
very
som her
serious
ligger,
about
ja.
these sanctions
Vi
until
la
we
oss
get,
snakke.
the desired result
Det
out of
vil
Russia.
også
And,
øke
if there's a slight tempering of that during the negotiations based on the data,
hvis det er min filer de skal fjerne, så sier Irland at
and hopefully we can bring
Andreas vil at vi skal øke pris, så sender vi en sånn tak som drar samme pris. Og da blir jeg sånn, men dere har jo kurs hver måned, og det koster 1000 kroner for per område, alle behandling koster 1000 kroner. Og så kommer du med motargumentet bare, ja, men det er ikke utdannende folk, det er, du har prøvekanin, liksom. Men da gjør jeg på en måte, men jeg blir bare så, systemet selv selvfølgelig skal øke. Så nå sa jeg det sier på at det er uaktuelt å øke prisen. Men jeg vil bruke de gamle ampulene først, men jeg kan snakke med han, altså Andreas. Jeg vil bruke de gamle ampulene først, før jeg øker prisen. Da tenker jeg 2000, hvis du fjerner 2000 fra en annen plass. Og så 1005 eller 1006 hvis du fjerner det fra min inntekt. Og så sier jeg til Leila, sier hun at og de prisene blir ikke reklamert på nettsiden. Så sa jeg, nei, men alle som er kunder på Støttek følger jo Estetikk på Instagram. Og da blir det lagt ut på story. Så
but even the ones that went out now, they're not going to send them abroad to have them processed. So I think that is something that we should be looking at in repatriating a lot of that processing. But I'll tell you, the critical minerals has obviously been a big part of the Trump administration's, goals, making sure we're doing that right. And, it comes down to a couple of things. For my district, it's obviously a big economic issue because it's jobs in Stillwater County, Yellowstone County. It's meaningful there, to not be able to continue pulling palladium out of the ground. But it's also national security issues. We can't be dependent on somebody else, anybody else in raw base material. That's across the spectrum from, rare earths to critical minerals to copper, everything that we need to continue building, the future. We need to be able to source it, if not directly from America, but to close allies. And I think that's important to continue finding ways to solve those problems.
I'm really glad that we can talk about it because it's the linchpin to a deal with China when we consider the importance of rare earth minerals and magnets that we're trying to get access to in this country. And I know that a trade deal with China could take some time. It's been rather elusive, and it's, of course, the biggest economy after ours. So it's been basically put into a different category. But Congressman, I wonder your thoughts on the tariff program as it stands now. We saw reciprocals go into place last week, and there have been a lot of questions about the impact on prices, whether it's a one-time shift or an inflationary trend. How do Montanans feel about this?
Yeah,
how do your farmers feel about it?
Yeah, there's been so much fear mongering in this space. And the truth of it is that it's working. I mean, you look at the CPI numbers that came out, almost completely unfazed by tariff issues. I think it was 3.7 down to 2.4, positive movement there, completely unfazed. You look at the money coming in from the tariffs and what that will do in bridging the gap in our national, everybody's talking about, adding to the deficit, adding to the debt. You see that money coming in and bridging that gap. And I think the last part that we need to start looking at is.
Tillegget er altså så sykt dramatisk. Men bare men bare er ansvarlig for priser. Dere ble enige om å samkjøre priser og kampanjer og så videre. Så da må du og Andreas ta denne. Men jeg håper ikke at det plutselig etterpå at det
Policies that come from this administration, going, tariff issues, going to the one big beautiful bill. A lot of this stuff is, set the foundation for really charging the economy, but hasn't really gotten up to speed yet. Those tax cuts, I always say that the biggest driver to economic prosperity is access to capital. The best capital you can access is your own. If you're paying less in taxes, you start having more money in your pocket to start putting the economy. That's the driver for this now.
So that's what Wall Street's waiting on right now, Congressman. We appreciate the conversation as always. Troy Downing, Montana's 2nd District. Pretty cool to think about being in Yellowstone County. Thanks, Congressman. I'm Joe Matthew. I'll meet you back here on the late edition of Balance of Power. That's 5 p.m. Eastern Time. You're on Bloomberg.